Good morning, committee members. We have 4 amendments that are coming around. Take one, pass it around. I don't think we've seen them up front here yet. So if there's pass them around. We'll be taking those up after we deal with the bill we have to be heard here right off. Okay, as soon as those amendments are spread around the table here, we're going to open up the hearing. Okay, I think we're ready to go here. The amendments which you got, you also, in that bundle, you note there is one for 353, and that's the bill we're ready to go ahead with. But that 353 in your bundle is a germane amendment, so we'll deal with that at that time. This hearing right today is for the non-germane amendment, which is being added to 353. And the germane amendments relative to the Educational Professional Standards Board and relative to the composition of cooperative school boards. And I'd like to welcome Representative Cordelli, who is going to be presenting the bill or the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and colleagues. For the record, Glenn Cordelli, representing Tufton Borough, Moulton Borough, and Sandwich in the beautiful Lakes region. This amendment is the result of a prior bill that we had passed unanimously out of committee, but was pulled from the consent calendar and ultimately tabled. A lot of work has been done on this amendment, and I'd like to go through a couple of the key points briefly for you. First, the bottom of page 1, I think one of the key points is that if the co-op school board has a representative from a particular town, the town should elect that member. Not the entire cooperative school board will be voting for the member from one individual town. It'll be up to the voters in that town to elect their representative to the school board. Apportionment of cooperative school board members shall be done on the basis of population, based on one person, one vote doctrine, so that if you had a large town and 3 smaller towns, the large town might have 3 members to the cooperative board, and the smaller 3 towns would have 1 member each. And I think a speaker following me will have some examples of how that works out for some existing school districts. Over on the top of page 2, pretty much the existing language is maintained, in that if the cooperative school board wants to come up with a different member selection process, they still have the ability to present that to the State Board of Education for approval, which is an existing statute. In terms of timing, the composition of the school board shall be put in place in accordance with this section by July 1, 2025, so that no members who were just elected, let's say this past March, or some maybe in a few weeks, would be affected. But if a member's term does expire prior to that July 1, 2025 date, they would be elected pursuant to this section, and that the members of, the voters in their town would elect them. Then at the lines 20 through 23, apportionment will be reviewed and possibly updated every 10 years in accordance with the federal census, just as we are redistricted and reapportioned based on the census every 10 years. I think that adds a very fair process to cooperative school board membership, and a very key one also, in that as we've seen with some of these agreements and some of these boards, population shifts have occurred, but no change has been made to the way members are elected. and it's, I think, an unfair process to everyone. So I think those are the three key elements to this amendment, and I think that others behind me might have some more information as I sample some good examples of how this would work for existing districts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Cordelli. Are there questions of the representative? Yes, Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Two questions, first of all. Why does this arise at this point in time is my first question. The second question is, I believe we have two other bills that are on study regarding cooperative districts. And why wouldn't we put this issue with that study to deal with the whole issue of cooperative districts? Because it's a complicated concept that we're dealing with here. And to try to deal with it in an isolated way rather than trying to put it into the total study that we already have committed to. So those two are my two questions.
Thank you. I think that, as you've said, this has been a complicated issue, and every year it seems we have bills related to cooperative school boards, a lot of which has been centered on funding and withdrawal of cooperative school board districts from the cooperative. In a number of districts this year, it really became apparent about the small towns being really denied a say in their representatives to the cooperative school board because of a larger district dominating the vote, because basically the entire district votes for that one town's member. I, for instance, living in Tufton Borough, really have little knowledge of the candidates running in Effingham, a small town. And I don't think it's fair to the people running in Effingham that I should have a vote on who is going to represent Effingham. So I think that really spurred a lot of the discussion about membership and an attempt to do something related to membership, irregardless of where study committees go and where the whole process of withdrawal and funding goes with those other two issues.
Thank you. Are there other further questions? Yes, Representative Tanner.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. When you say a number of cooperative districts, could you tell me, like, in a ballpark figure of who you've heard from, which cooperative, not which cooperative districts, but have there been other, how many out of this number have actually approached you and said that they are upset with how things are?
I think a number of districts have approached different members of the House. I was most interested in one of my local districts, which is a cooperative school board. And that's the one I mentioned in terms of Effingham members of being elected to the school board.
So there's one. Can you give me a ballpark figure, like 0 to 5, 5 to 10?
I don't know how relevant that is. I just know that different members of the House have been approached on this subject, and I've heard from several of them.
I just as a follow-up, the reason I want to know the number is that, in my area, the cooperative district is pretty settled. It's been settled there for 55 years now. And we don't make legislation based on one or two instances. And we have a large number of cooperative districts. And so I wanted to know, the reason I'm pressing this is I want to know a ballpark figure. Are we legislating for just one or two cooperative districts that are disgruntled, or are we trying to make a legislation that's going to affect all the cooperative districts, and a lot of the majority of them are settled
I-
and
I-
want to remain settled?
I think that over the years, we have heard from many people, many members of this House who are disgruntled with the way the cooperative school boards work and the whole concept. So I think this is nothing new, but this is an attempt to address one aspect of cooperative school boards, that being the membership.
Representative Luno?
No answer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Representative Cordelli, for bringing this forward and for taking my question. I want to go to the top of page 2 and explore what you mean by option B, which reads, such other methods of selection of cooperative school board members as may be approved by the State Board of Education. And I was wondering if you could explore that, what other methods could be in your mind.
Thank you. This basically is existing language in the statute now.
No.
Right.
Excuse me, Representative. It's not existing language because you've struck compatible
Yes.
with proportional representation, one man, one vote
If,
principle.
if I could finish, I can mention that. Yes, we struck that one portion out because we feel that that's covered in previous section A, the proportional representation. So this could address existing districts who maybe have an at-large member or multiple at-large members. If they wanted to keep that method of selection, they could send that to the State Board of Education for approval. That would be one example.
Follow up,
Follow
Mr.
up.
Chair. So just to be clear, in the amendment here to 195-19A, Roman 1, Roman 1 now consists of, based on the amendment, consists of two parts, an A or a B. So what's covered in A is not necessarily covered in B, and what's in B is not necessarily bound by what's in A, because your choice is A or B.
B.
So looking at B, let me give you an example and tell me where in B it would not be authorized. Let's say the Commissioner of Education selects the cooperative school board members.
If I understand your question, you're proposing that the Commissioner of Education is going to choose the school board members for a cooperative school board. Is that the question?
So I'm not proposing it, but let's say the Commissioner of Education decided to select the school board members. Where in B would that be prevented from happening?
I think that is a, I'll say hypothetical, but I think is very extreme that I think is way out there. And but any
Okay,
any,
hold on
any,
here. One more follow-up, and then that's it. And then
Okay,
we'll move
okay,
around.
thank
Any-
you, Mr. Chair. Let me,
any
let-
any board cooperative school board plan would be approved by the State Board of Education. I think that it has to come from the cooperative school board to be approved by
all
the
right,
state
so
board.
let's say it comes from the chair of the cooperative board.
Yep.
And the chair of the board would like to select who's on the school board with her. Would that be allowed under B? And if not, could you please explain how A or B, how B would prevent that?
It would have to be approved by the State Board of Education. And I'm sure that they would look into the existing situation and the wishes of the cooperative school board as a whole, not just one person being the chair.
Yeah, Ed, your one follow-up. I have a question for you, and it's referencing the same section of law on the second page there at the top on lines 1 through 3. I'm in a cooperative district myself right now, and if we decide that that district is fine and functioning well, then we could petition the commissioner or the state board for approval to continue and would not have to abide by other sections that are in this law. Is that correct?
Yes, that is the way that the legislation was drafted, and that is the intent as well.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you. Chairman Ladd, thank you. Two, if I may. One, to follow up to Chairman Ladd's question, is the opposite equally accurate, that the commissioner could say no?
It's the state board who has approval.
Okay, could state board say no?
Yes, I
they
imagine
could
so.
say
If,
no,
for instance, if I could finish, if for instance, a proposal came from just one member of the cooperative school board, I would anticipate that the state board might well say no.
I was, my attempt, I was just trying to be clear, Representative Cordelli. In Representative Ladd's comment, if I understood it right, he was saying we have a cooperative school board, everything's running terrifically, everybody's happy. And they petition. Could whoever the charge is, the state board could say, no, we want all the school boards to be the same under this law. Is that accurate?
I would say it's possible, not likely,
Okay.
but
Okay, that's fine.
Yep.
And one more.
You had two.
Well, I was following up on yours, Representative Ladd.
I'm going to
Last
follow
one,
up
last
on my
one.
own. I got another question.
This is
but-
just that, if I may.
Go
just
ahead.
clarification. It has not, it's a general question, Representative Cordelli, to which I don't know the answer. Do these school boards, if reapportionment occurs, does that change the financial mechanism for reimbursement within the district?
no.
Has no impact on financial mechanism?
No.
Thank you. Thank you,
Yeah.
Chairman Lyon. Appreciate that.
Representative Mullins.
Sorry, I had to get my technical advisor over here to turn his microphone off.
Well,
Thank you,
just
Mr.
don't let
Chair.
them touch the
No,
daisy chain.
no, will not. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. So for my own sense of clarity, page 2, line 1, such other method of selection of cooperative school board members as may be approved by the State Board of Education. So the State Board of Education, should this pass, would be given the authority of approving a selection method for school board members that does not involve voting for those school board members. They could be appointed as opposed to being voted in.
I think that's another hypothetical that's very likely, very unlikely to occur. The intent is that, as I laid out initially, is that members within the town elect their member to represent them at the cooperative school board. That's the underlying principle that we have in this amendment.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Right. I don't debate what you're saying about the proportional assignment of the number of school board members. What I'm saying is that that's a totally separate issue than the State Board of Education being given the authority to appoint school board members. And so I'm wondering, to Representative Luno's, you know, highlighting of the word "or," where is the need for this? Where I understand that people from Effingham may want their own representative on the school board, but who from Effingham came forward and said, gee, I think we ought to include a section that says that if the state board wants to use an alternative method, they can?
The state board can have an alternate method approved currently in statute. I don't know if that has happened in the 60 plus years of cooperative school boards, but that's existing statute that they have that ability.
We do have a number of other people want to testify
just
here.
one more.
Yes.
I would have absolutely been with you, Representative Cordelli. until the portion where compatible with proportional representation, one man, one vote was stricken from that section.
Thank you. Any further questions of Representative Cordelli? Thank you very much. Representative Abrami.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, State
Before
Rep-
you head out of here, I'm going to need a card from you.
You got one right there.
Oh, he
I
just gave, okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah.
Welcome.
Thank you. For the record, State Rep. Pat Abrami, Rockingham 19, Stratham. So, obviously, education is not my area. I'm a Ways and Means guy, but you know, when the House bill that was tabled that you all voted for, 19-0, I started my conversation with the chair and the vice chair about this. And we started to look into this whole issue. And we dug out a lot of it's very hard to find the actual agreements that exist around the state. There's like 30 co-op boards. And we dug out a lot of them to see what their makeup is and all of that. So we did a lot of research in the last month or so since that tabling occurred. So, you know, on that A and B thing, let me just address that. We changed that so that only if a school board doesn't comply with the tenets of this bill, that they have an alternative, that they can go to the state board and plead their case. So all they have to do is say, look, we have a complicated situation here. We can't meet all the tenets, and here's why. So in effect, they're acting like a court saying, yeah, we agree with you. You have a special situation here, and you know, but you have to have an argument. You have to have a reason why you can't comply. And when I show you some of the examples in a minute in my handout, that should become clear. So again, there's two pieces of the bill, really. You know, do we want apportionment to be fair of the number of seats per existing? There's different language in the bill, and in the current statutes, but existing districts, which really in effect means towns. Okay, the individual towns or original districts versus the co-op district. Okay, so wouldn't it make sense to at least take a look at it? And I looked at a whole bunch of them, and in 10 minutes I said, you know something, their districts make sense in terms of the allocation of seats to the district. So I don't think this is going to be a big burden on the towns to go through the exercise. And I'll show you some examples to show you that. But the second piece of the bill, that's apportionment. The second piece of the bill really is about shouldn't towns pick their own representation. There are many examples, and another question was asked: are there other towns? I know, obviously, SAU 16, my district. I was meeting with some folks from Winnicott District the other day. They had some real concerns about how the voting is done, and there've got to be many other examples as well of that. I know people in my town say, well, why am I voting for somebody 3 towns away? I don't know who they are. I've been saying this for years myself. So when I saw this amendment, I said, well, wow, good, we got a solution to this. Why am I voting for somebody I have no idea who they are, and I'm being asked to vote for them? So again, this solves that problem. Okay, so that's the two pieces of the bill. And then we talk about in the bill, like every town or existing district should get at least 1 seat. Okay, and you know something, when I looked at a lot of a lot of the districts, that already exists. So and you'll see that in the examples. You know, even at the federal level, you look at Alaska, Vermont, and Wyoming, all have populations under 762,169, which equals 1 seat, and we give them a seat anyway. They get, even though they don't have the population to warrant one seat, we give them seats. So the same thing here. And a lot of towns do that right now. And then proportionality. And you're going to see in one example, I could have shown other examples, that not every town have the seats allocated proportionally based on the population. And I think that's a reasonable thing that we should be doing. Again, an example, but you have to round. You have to round up, you have to round down to the nearest whole number. But I'll give you an example at the federal level for for federal seats. Idaho is eligible for 2.42 seats, and Rhode Island is eligible for 1.44 seats, and they both get 2 seats. Okay, so I mean, you have to have use a little finesse here, but it's got to be at least in the ballpark, in the range. And again, I'll show you an example of one that doesn't have proportionality. And we talk about purely at large seats. In my mind, we should try to get rid of as many of the large seats as we can, because those seats can be, and I'll show you an example here, where we can allocate those seats to the towns proportionally. Why are we making people vote for at-large people who will, it doesn't make sense. So, in the 1990s, when it came to state rep seats, for those of you who've been around, you remember we used to have my example is when I first got elected, I had 3 towns that I had to represent. And we had 8 reps representing those 8 towns. But in the 1990s, we had a constitutional change that said we're gonna have smaller districts to the town level. And so now I'm one of 2 in my town. A lot easier to campaign, a lot easier to communicate with my constituents, representing just my town and not all the other towns that were. One was Exeter, which was much larger than my town. So I mean, the same principles here. I'm going off my notes in this handout, by the way. 5. So candidates, another tenet of this amendment, which is consistent with existing in terms of you have to be domiciled in the town that you're running in. That doesn't change. But you should be elected by those domiciled in that district. So that's the thing. And there's so many reasons why. I think it was mentioned earlier. It prevents, in my district, we have one town that represents 47% of the vote. So how is my little town of Newfields going to compete? How are they they can be outvoted every time in terms of their selected candidate being selected by another town. This will ensure that the town's choice of a candidate wins. The bill ensures that the town can vote for someone they know and not vote, as I was saying earlier, for some stranger in another town. And here's the real issue. The cost and time it's going to take for somebody running in Newfields for a seat, and there's 34,000 citizens. Newfields is a couple of thousand, and we have to compete, and I have to spend money, put signs up in 6 towns, and go out and campaign in 6 towns. Doesn't make sense to get elected in Newfields. So, and then once elected, have your true representative government. So the Newfields person relates to the Newfield citizens, as they call them, with issues and et cetera. You see, we just passed a bill, House Bill 1046 about Sullivan County commissioners, and they have 3, I guess it's 3, but they have multiple commissioners, and right now it's voted that everybody in that county votes for all 3 commissioners, and we all, not all of us, but some of us voted to say, but that doesn't make sense because seven other counties have all their commissioners voted by the commissioner domiciled in their district and voted only by the voters in their district. So this is a similar thing that we're talking about here. And again, 7 counties already do that, and this would be, they would be the 8th. So what we wanted to do is also have a roadmap. They have to develop a plan. If there has to be a change, the bill has a plan. You have to develop a plan. People who were, you have to get from here to there. If we change seat, this seat goes from this town to that town now. The person in the seat doesn't get removed. There's a glide path so that person would stay in his seat until the term is up. And then once that occurs, that's why there's a 3-year period in which you can phase in this, that existing board members would not be impacted by any of this. And of course, we maintain the 15-seat limit for co-ops, the 3-year term limit for co-ops. In other words, up to 3, you can have 2-year terms, 3-year terms. That doesn't change. And the odd number of seat requirement also applies. I gave an example, my first example, if you go to the, if you just really want to look at this. This is the Kentucket Valley, and I think we have somebody here from Kentucket. But it's the Kentucket Valley School District. And they pretty much already their numbers are right on beam with what I just said. So if you go to the first example, it says example 1. So there's the populations based on the 2020 census. They have 18,900 voters. So what's the percent of the voters? Peterborough, 34%, all the way to Sharon, 1.9%. And theoretically, if you multiply that, the 34% times 18,900, it says they require 14.42 seats. But on the others, and then Sharon would require 0.25 seats. But what's their current seat allocation? 4 for Peterborough, 2 for Antrim, et cetera, and 1 from everybody else, 13. And as it turns out, if we take the percentage of seats, in other words, they were rounding. So they rounded from 4.42 to 4, which is a proper rounding. But then we rounded up for Sharon. So they have 34% of the population, but they have 30.77% of the seats, which is okay. Okay. So if the town was relooking at their numbers based on the current census, I don't see any change in the apportionment. It would still be 4-2-1-1-1-1 and equal 13. Now they could choose anytime. You can choose to have up to 15, but no less than 3, basically, because you're not going to have 1, and it has to be odd number. So they're already there. Now, Governor Wentworth is, and I know Brody DeShays is here, and he's the one who pulled the bill off consent. So I have this one. This has to do with Wolfboro, Ossipee, and all those. So there's an example. If you look at the current, they have 18,000 census as well. And Wolfboro clearly is the larger player, and Ossipee comes behind. And this is their current. They chose years ago to go 1-1. Everybody has 1, and then go 3 at large. So here's an example of why, if I'm Brookfield, aren't I being dominated by Wolfboro? In my head, I think they are. I mean, they could outmaneuver them, and they could pick somebody they like to represent them in Brookfield. So what this does is, it says Brookfield gets to pick their own. They're given 1, and then the numbers work out 3, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1 to the 9. Now again, they could change how many they want. They can have more, or they can have less, but that's up to them. So there's a very easy solution. turns out Representative Shays is from Wolfboro. He's one of the at-large. He would, at the end of his term, he probably still could get reelected because there's 2 more seats in Wolfboro that he can run for. So it's, to me, it's not a problem. Now, the last example is Merrimack Valley. This one stood out to me, that, again, we have, now this is a district with 14,000 citizens. The numbers are a lot smaller, but it's Loudoun and Boscawen are the largest. But they chose, again, when they formed as a district, they chose 2, which, and then it had to be odd number. So I'm assuming, I don't know this, but I'm assuming to make that work, they had to pick another person to make it 11, to make it an odd number of seats. So, I mean, here we go. Right now, to me, they're not in compliance with the current statutes because it's not proportional. These numbers are not proportional to the population. But again, if you do a little rounding, you know, basically Loudoun should have 4, Boscawen should have 3, Webster should have 2, and Salisbury and Pinnacook should have 1 to equal the 11. Again, they could change what they want. So I think, again, but I guess it's philosophical more than anything else. I just think that people in their town should vote for the people they know in their town. They do that with our state reps. They do that with the federal Congress. We have two congressional districts. We don't vote for, I'm in District 1. I don't vote for who's in District 2. And I think you think we're going to get better candidates to run, especially in the smaller town, if they know that they only have to run in their town to get elected. Just makes sense. And let me tell you, there's big money coming in. I always, I always assume that local elections are local and that school board elections were local and that there wasn't big money involved. Well, that's changing. They've become partisan now. And I think we could take some of the partisanship out of this by saying, look, small towns have a chance here. You pick who you want, and we'll keep the partisanship out, which partisanship equals bigger money into these elections, which we shouldn't have. So that's why I support this amendment. And I got a few minutes for questions. So I have to chair Ways and Means today, so I got about 2 or 3 minutes here.
Thank you very much, Pat. Representative Moffett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative O'Brien, for all your hard work, especially being from Loudoun. Just noted from your research that Loudoun has 40% of the population and 18% of the school board representation. So that is something that gets my attention. But my question has to do with, you talked about Sharon, tiny town in the Contoocook Valley. I used to be a board member from Campton, which is part of SAU 48, Pemmy Baker Cooperative District. Ashland, Campton, Holderness, Plymouth, Rumney, Thornton, Wentworth. It's maybe the biggest, not population-wise, but geographically in the state. Now, also included in Pemmy Baker Co-op District, SAU 48, is Waterville Valley, which has 243 people by the last census, even smaller than Sharon. But there's also Ellsworth, which its population skyrocketed from 83 to 93 in this latest. So my question is, given the model that we're looking at here, would it's a town, Ellsworth, with 93 people, would that rate a full board member?
Well, I think even with the confines of this bill, and I don't have to see whether or not they had a full board member. Again, all of this is based on the original districts before the co-ops when the co-ops were being created. They call them the existing districts. There's no reason why I'm not 100% sure on this, but I think you're allowed to combine towns to create an existing district that would be larger, that you could say you can have one vote. That's an option. But you, as a co-op district, you'd have to make that determination. And I think Representative Ladd has situations like that in his area as well. And that's part of the thing. So if it's small, that's why we have the B there in this, that, look, we can't comply with this, either we want to align a couple of the smaller towns together and create a position for them and argue a case. I think it would probably be agreed to. Because once we started looking at this, there's so many different permutations of what we find district to district. But a lot of them will fit the confines of this amendment. But we had to provide a way to be able to give a district a chance to present its case, to say, look, we tried hard, but this doesn't make sense. And I would argue that the State Board of Education are reasonable people, and you give reasonable arguments that they would agree that any change you want to make.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Likas.
Yes, I have a sort of a two-part single question, and my question is, in your Merrimack Valley example, they decided on equal representation. If they're happy with their equal representation, I guess the first question is, if they're happy with it, would they be able to then bring that would they be able to use B, bring that to the State Board of Education and say, hey, we decided on equal representation, we like it, nobody's complaining, can we keep our equal representation?
Yeah, but I think in this, yes, they could. But
And then-
I would say that it's a harder argument because it does violate the one man, one vote.
But see, that's why I'm wondering, because you crossed out the compatible with proportional representation, one man, one vote principle. And so with that crossed out, it seems that they would be able to keep what they have if they want it. And so that was the other part. If we put that back in, am I right? They then wouldn't be able to keep this agreement, and maybe they like it.
Yeah, we went through a lot of iterations of this amendment, and I know we had it in there at some point. And I'll let the chair and the vice chair explain what we did there. When you
Okay.
have your work session or discussion
Thank
about
you.
this. But right now, you're not in compliance. I mean, they're not in compliance with even current statute. So that's what I'm, because nobody's monitoring this. That's the other reality. Nobody's monitoring these things, and we're just trying to give a put a little bit more contours to the statute. We can.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've got a question for you. I know you got to head out of here.
Yeah, I'm chairing today too, so that's why.
Be kind to all our bills over there in Ways and Means. And looking at the Sanborn Regional School District as it was formed back in 1965, it's got Kingston and Newton, of which there's 3 members from each. 3 members representing Kingston and 3 from Newton, of which the populations in these communities are not the same, but they also have 1 at large. It's making 7, that odd number needed. Is it then, if they decide we're good with what we're doing, in accordance with this bill being put forward, could they petition the state board for approval of their present format?
Absolutely, that's why we put that in.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Again, if they have logical explanation why they want to do it, it shouldn't be a problem.
Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Representative Browning. You said you did a lot of homework on this, and I appreciate that the difficulty and the challenges in collecting a number of the co-op agreements. I was wondering though, obviously, you're familiar with the existing law because you've offered this amendment. I was wondering in example number 3, which you testified to towards the end, and I think it's been the subject of a couple other questions. This is with respect to the Merrimack Valley School District. If you could tell me which part that was organized under Roman 1, 2, 3, or 4 under current law.
Oh, geez, no, I
Well,
didn't.
then I'll go on. It's sort of rhetorical.
Right.
It's under Roman 4, which reads, the members of the cooperative school board shall each be domiciled in and represent a pre-existing district, with each pre-existing district having at least one such resident representative, but all members of the cooperative board shall be elected at large. And so when looking at example 3 and what I just read, established under the current Roman 4, I want to challenge what you said, that it's a violation of the one man, one vote and not in compliance with current statute, because current statute does say that all the board shall be elected at large, which means Loudoun gets to vote on the seats in other districts. I mean, in other towns.
Right, it does say that. But I don't see this being proportional, though.
Okay, so a follow-up on that, Mr. Chair. So if Merrimack Valley wanted to change it under existing law, what's wrong with what's currently presented in Roman 2 or Roman 3 with respect to cooperative school board? Cooperative school districts shall be divided into single board member districts according to population, with as nearly equal population in each district as possible. That does not require at-large voting, so each district would be able to elect their own resident member. Or Roman 3, both Roman 2 and Roman 3 have been X'd out, also allows single or multi-member districts, which I assume could be divided by town, and again, not require at-large voting. Why wouldn't existing law, Roman 2 or Roman 3, satisfy what you're trying to accomplish with this amendment?
Again, when we looked at it, we concluded it didn't. I can't recall the
I-
exact logic, but
I think it's important that the committee understand why Roman 2 or Roman 3 doesn't satisfy the option. I mean, you're using terms like give the districts the chance, let them, choose an alternative. Well, there's 4 alternatives that are laid out in current law. 2 of them require at-large voting. 2 of them don't require at-large voting, and do allow for single and multi-member districts
right. But I
to
look at it,
elect their own.
I look at it this way, though. I look at Loudoun at 5,500 residents and Pinnacook at 1,273. And what I see here is that they each have 2 seats.
So couldn't
And I go, how can that be?
One more question.
Yeah,
so
'cause I really gotta go.
So couldn't,
Really gotta hustle out,
sure,
Mr. Chairman.
but couldn't Roman 3 in current law provide what you've got for proposed seats here?
Yeah.
And I'm just
I'm not
accepting
prepared to
that-
answer that. I possibly, but I'm not prepared to answer that.
Thank you very much,
Okay.
Representative. I know you got a
Right, I'll take,
very quick question.
yeah, real quick.
Very quickly, I just wanted to ask you, when you've been approached by different folks, knowing how the statute is currently written, if anything needs to be changed, is that possible though? How would they change that by voting? Would the larger towns still overtake the smaller towns?
That's right. Any possible change would be difficult because the larger towns can outvote the smaller towns. And that's an issue.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you. Thank you all. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Lovejoy.
My husband knew your wife also. I am no longer a representative. I'm Patricia Lovejoy, and I'm here actually just representing myself. I am from Stratham, the same town as the previous speaker. I have some background in this in that I served on our cooperative school board for 9 years. It's been a decade since I did that, but I served in the 9 years. And it's right, I was elected by all 6 towns in my district. And our towns range from being as small as 1,600 to as large as a little over 14,000. I think that being elected by all 6 towns made me a better board member. Every election, and even during the term, I visited all the towns. I took part in every candidates night. I went to board meetings of the local boards. I also went to board meetings for the select board, so that I knew the towns better. And I think that when I was representing the entire district, I knew the district much better. Part of my concern, or my biggest problem with this bill, is it is doing away with proportional representation. And proportional representation is basically what almost all of our politics, our elections are based upon, with the exception of U.S. Senate. Everything in New Hampshire is based upon proportional representation. If this bill were to go through, looking at just the cooperative district that I live in and that the previous speaker also lives in, you would have one person being elected by 1,700 people and another person being elected by 4,700. You'd be representing 4,700 versus 1,700. The proportionality really goes out the window. A couple of things that were mentioned by the last speaker, that shouldn't a town be able to pick their own representation? And he specifically mentioned Newfields, which is part of the 6 towns within that district. On the school board, the representative is required to be from Newfields. Yes, they're going to be elected in all 6 towns, but they're required to be in Newfields. Newfields is, if we look at the State House, Newfields is in a district with Newmarket. There is no requirement that one of the 3 reps that get elected from Newfields and Newmarket have to be from Newfields. So the way that the cooperative is set up is, in effect, more fair. He also talked about that county commissioners, that this was sort of the same thing as county commissioners, but it's not. Even in the county that we're looking at going to districts, the districts are based upon population. And every 10 years, you have to potentially reconfigure the county commissioner districts to be proportional. Let's see. I think that's all I had to say. Basically, the proportionality, that part of it just really bothers me. And like I said, I have a lot of experience with a cooperative district. I'd be willing to take any questions.
Thank you, and it's good to see you back here again. Just one. Do you think that this non-germane amendment will make cooperative districts more cooperative or more uncooperative?
I, having served 9 years on that board and 3 years on another school board, I'm not sure that the method of picking people will make it more cooperative or uncooperative. There have been times I've been on boards that they've been extremely cooperative, and I've been on boards when it has been very uncooperative, and it hasn't been based upon which towns they were from.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So if I understand, your testimony is that with the current system that we have, that a candidate can understand the full breadth of the cooperative issues by being elected and then having served with other districts by looking at towns, etc., that you have a much broader perspective than just your own town if you're elected from just that town, and feeling that you represent just that town rather than the multiple towns that are within a SAU. Is that your testimony?
That is my testimony, and you know, it's a little bit similar to a flotarial. I guess I've tended to represent large groups. When I was a member of this body, I was actually from the largest flotarial in the state. I represented, as a state house representative, about 36,000 people. I had a pretty large four town district, and I represented, you know, all of the people. But I think that with the school board, you are, you know, you're representing, you know, the 6 towns, and I think if you take a very parochial view that you're just representing your town, it does the school board a disservice. So I always felt, I mean, I know the first time I decided to run for the co-op, it's like, wow, I got to run in all 6 towns. But I did it. I went and met with people in all of the towns. And during the 9 years that I was on the board, I fielded questions from people from all 6 towns. I never said to somebody who called me that, well, why don't you call the rep from, you know, the school board member who lives in your town? I spoke with any voter or any citizen of the 6 towns. So I do feel like I represented all the towns, and I cannot remember ever taking a vote that I was thinking, well, how would this be better for Stratham? It was what's best for the students and the citizens of all 6 towns.
If I may. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Welcome back. So your testimony seemed to indicate that the current system features generally satisfactory proportional representation. But I want to come back to my town of Loudon, which I mentioned earlier, and which is on the sheet, the information. That
Yeah, I
was
haven't seen that.
But again, as I pointed out earlier, Loudon has about 40% of the population in SAU 46, and it has 18% of school board. Now, that doesn't seem proportional to me. Could you speak to how 40%?
I don't know how yours was set up. I mean, when ours was set up about a little over 20 years, maybe 24 years ago, and they can they can address it if the populations has really changed. You know, Exeter got 3 seats, Stratham got 2, and each of the others got 1, even though they wouldn't, if you were looking at, actual numbers, Newfields would have never been entitled to, one member, 1/9, because they were nowhere close to 1/9 of the population. But each of the towns got representation based originally on what percent of the population they had. And it's in the charter. They can, if it changes drastically, it could potentially end up that Brentwood gets 2, and maybe Exeter only gets 2, and Stratham gets 2, depending upon how the population changes. But you have to, at least in the SAU that the cooperative board that I was a member of, and I will not say that I'm an expert on anybody else's cooperative districts. I mean, it was set up that each town was ensured that there would be somebody who is a resident of that town that's on the board, regardless of how small their population may be.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the committee for letting me testify this morning. And I'm sorry for being the one who pulled this from consent. That is, kind of tossed us into the maelstrom of all of this. So, let me first say that I am an at-large board member in the Governor Wentworth Regional School District. I was elected this past March. And I appreciate all the work that the committee members have put into this and some of the other members, and it was very thoughtful. But I do have a not major concerns, but some I feel as if legitimate concerns based on either other state RSAs or just based upon some of the issues that have been raised today, which is how each school district is very much different than every other school district, especially cooperative school districts. You have cooperative school districts that range from, having 2 towns all the way up to, as Representative Moffett mentioned the very large cooperative district that he was formerly a member of with Campton, about 6 or 7 towns that can range from communities with 93 people up to communities with, you know, 5, 6, 7, 8,000 people. And so this can make it kind of tough to try to create a one size fits all solution from the state government, which, I've been in front of this committee when I've brought forward bills that made that mistake. And I'm happy that the board rejected it. I recognize I erred in a way. And so I'm hoping that, the committee, so I'm hoping that we can kind of go through this and kind of discuss some of the issues. So starting on page 1, between lines 12 and 14, the proposed removal of the language from state RSA would suggest the state for the first time is nullifying the bylaws and articles of agreements for cooperative school districts established prior to August 22nd, 1971. At least to my understanding, this is not very orthodox for the state to do. If they do it, it's on very rare occasions. And it's not very supportive of local controls over local issues. Between lines 15 and 23 on page 1, we would be removing the 4 current systems for electing school board members in all 40 plus cooperative school districts in the state. For example, Governor Wentworth Regional School District uses a system described on lines 21 through 23. I know the election system that some residents in the Exeter Region Cooperative School District, SAU 16, desire is described on lines 18 through 20. Any voting resident of the cooperative school district can have this voting system adopted by putting in a petition warrant article signed by 10% of the qualified voters and passing the warrant. The school board can also put a warrant on the ballot to do this, and as mentioned earlier, and I'll get to it later, but on the top of page 2, the section B, that was already existing language. Any school board can go to the Board of Education and get it changed with approval of the Board of Education. So there's 3 kind of different ways for recourse for school districts to address their reapportionment and the apportionment of their school board, whether it's their districts, if they have multiple districts, or the apportionment amongst the towns within one large district or amongst all the districts within their school district. A new section established on lines 24 through 30 sounds like a reasonable system and seems legally identical to the system described on lines 18 through 20. However, such a described system might not be possible as pursuant to RSA 195. In quotes, quote, pursuant to RSA 195, end quote, as stated on line 30. This is because cooperative school boards cannot exceed 15 members on their board per RSA 195:19-B. This cap on board members would make truly proportional representation nearly impossible, as then each person's vote truly counting equal to another person's vote. This doesn't mean that would violate the one person, one vote doctrine. It just means that it wouldn't be as proportional as it was previously under a at-large district operating for the entire district. The current language in RSA 195:19-B combined with the amendment to the amended RSA 195:19-A, which is, lines 24 through 30, makes it impossible for rural cooperative school districts to abide by the one person, one vote doctrine in some specific instances, as brought up by Representative Moffett in the case of Ellsworth with only 93 people. It'd be very difficult to give them one board member and then actually, feel as if that's going to, properly follow the one person, one doctrine system. 93 people would get one member, and to make it truly proportional, you'd have to make it so then every other town, per 93 people would get one board member. We'd have more school board members on cooperative school boards in the 40 districts, about 40 districts, and we do state reps. I think we have enough state reps. I don't know if we need any more cooperative school board members. There's also the issue in New Hampshire with disproportionate representation, which many have brought up today. And an example is, again, I keep picking out Representative Moffett, but his school district, the Merrimack Valley Regional School District, with, the 2 people in each one, his community having 45% of the voters and 18% of the seats. Well, one way that we've remedied that in districts like, for example, that Ellsworth is in, or in the Governor Wentworth Regional School District with a small community like Brookfield with 700 and a larger community like Wolfboro 6,400, was to say, well, let's make sure everyone's vote counts the same, so we'll put everyone in the same district. And everyone will get the same voice in electing all the members of the board who make all the decisions, from taxation to education policy to how the buildings are used to which municipalities are allowed to use different school buildings on different days of the years. For example, like voting, which is a very common issue we have in the towns of Tufton Borough and New Durham. Typically, school buildings need to be used, and the school board needs to permit those municipalities to use those buildings. On to page 2, lines 1 through 3, which already exist in state law. I think there was some confusion on that. That already exists in state law, minus the struck out part. The only part of state law that's being changed there is they're striking out the specifically the wording is compatible with proportional representation, one man, one vote principle. So there are 3 concerns I kind of have with this. So, and it's because the section is very much a blessing. I think it's also, it could create future issues. I'm surprised at this point it hasn't created future issues because, one, it doesn't have a very well described system for how school districts would apply to keep their current election system as established in their bylaws and articles of agreement or as adopted per RSA 195:22 and RSA 671:9, which this legislation also addresses. So there's not really a specific system. I know that, the board chair, after the board votes, would petition to the Department of Education, but there's no real explanation of the scope of what and what kind of parameters the Board of Education would use. It'd be very subjective based on kind of essentially the current governor's administration and who they've put on there, or previous administrations, and what kind of their goals are on the Board of Education. My second concern is this recourse is allowing school districts to keep their election systems preserved, which is great. My school district would probably be one of the first to apply for such a preservation, but it also could be a loophole used to undermine cooperative school districts' vote for reapportionment. So you could have a school district that could reapportion, and this language basically would allow a school district to petition. Let's say someone put in a petition warrant to reapportion the districts, and all the voters approved it. Well, theoretically, now a school board, after that reapportionment, can say, well, actually, the voters made a mistake. We're going to go to the to the Board of Education, get it changed. It also could mean that even if you pass this, some of the issues that we're trying to address, like, for example, in the school district that Representative Moffett is from, his school board could go to the Board of Education and say, the state legislature made a mistake. I mean, you may end up having 40 plus cooperative school districts that are going to go all basically nullify what the legislature just did. Or at this point now, it's kind of being brought to light. I think they could nullify a petition warrant, which I think is the best way to address this kind of concern and issue if your school board isn't properly addressing it, if you live in a community with either disproportionate representation or where you feel your community isn't getting a proper voice on your school board. The fourth kind of one, I know I said I only had 3, but I actually have 4, is we also have the issue that will depend on unelected state board to make these decisions rather than voters in districts. And that's my biggest concern of kind of those 4 listed concerns regarding that section is how it currently works is the voters are the ones who make the ultimate approval over this election system and how they're going to elect their board and how it's ultimately going to operate, because how you elect your board is very determinative of what kind of culture your school district has, your cooperative school district. And if you're going to cede all this power to state legislators, which will turn into a partisan issue all of a sudden, if we're going to cede it to an unelected board, I don't think that does justice to our constituents, at least not my constituents in the Governor Wentworth Regional School District. I'm also on page 2, on lines 9 through 13. I appreciate the amendment giving cooperative school districts some control over the transition process. This was a huge concern that the School Boards Association brought up in the previous bill, House Bill 1646, and allowing for this transition process is, it's a good part of this kind of solution. And this new section does give school districts the ability to prepare if the amendment actually becomes law, because that was a huge issue too. I mean, at least we'll get 5 years rather than being thrown right into it and having to solve it on our own. Now, my other issue though is the fact that each school board is going to have to create its own plan without a lot of guidance, right? It's kind of tough. I mean, our school board has elected our board members the same way since we established a district in 1963. Prior to this, much of the state statute even existing. Right, and then the state statute came about, and we already, by chance used one of the election systems as described in RSA 195:19-A. But it would be a huge change for our district, and also the our founding documents for this district to completely change our election system overnight without any approval from our voters, without any kind of concerns. I've never heard a concern brought up in my community about how we've elected our board members. I didn't even know that it was much of a concern elsewhere until House Bill 1646 came across my eyes. The last bit of change proposed to this section of RSA is on lines 19 through 23. It makes sense to apply this requirement if we plan on ensuring every cooperative school district has proper proportional representation. if that's the ultimate goal of the bill. And even if that's not possible for some cooperative school districts in this proposed system, which I think there are some districts that, quite frankly, they wouldn't be able to have proper proportional representation if this went into law. Now, just kind of I have a few comments on that, after walking through the bill, is my first thing is I'm a little bit confused as to why we're taking away the power and the flexibility of cooperative school districts to choose their apportionment and to have voters approve proposed reapportionments. To me, it seems undemocratic and antithetical to the local control that we pride in the state of New Hampshire. Rather than allowing voters in cooperative school districts to make these choices, we'll have state lawmakers, most of whom are not from cooperative school districts, make the choice for communities like mine. Cooperative school districts and their voters will probably forever lose their control over reapportionment, which to me has never been something the state of New Hampshire likes to do, is to take away this kind of power from communities. I think there's also my concern also is the fact that we changed the rules for over 40 cooperative school districts when no school board has officially taken a stance of the need to have the state law changed. No cooperative school board has asked the state to do this. Like I said, I've never heard anyone in Wolfboro, my district, ever complain about how this current system works. And even more, there already is recourse, which is probably why school boards have never gone to the state, right? And the state law, as I just kind of explained, is if you want to put in a petition warrant, or your school board wants to make the change, or your school board wants to go to the Board of Education, you can make those changes. I think kind of the last thing too, and I took down some notes based on what people had said, was we have to remember too, each board is distinctly different. Some school districts like to have an entire district elect board members because the board should advocate for the entire district, as the Honorable Representative Lovejoy mentioned. For example, in our Governor Wentworth Regional School District board, I have to sign a document every year affirming the ethics policy. The ethics policy is very explicit. I can't speak for the board. I can't speak, before we kind of make a decision on something, or, try to do things unilaterally. Even more, when I do anything on the board or the board acts, we have to act as a whole and for the entire community. I can't act on behalf of Wolfboro. I'm an at-large member, but even still, I couldn't say, even if I was the member from Wolfboro, the member from Effingham, or the member from Brookfield, it's very clear in our ethics policy, which is binding, which can get you censored or even removed from the board for violating if you're trying to act on behalf of just one community. Right? The board has a whole process of how they kind of, maybe do an investigation, decide what they're going to do with a member who is violating the ethics policy, which has 15 points, which is on our school district's website. So I'd have a fear that by making it so then our school district can no longer have one at-large district that elects all our members, that we would end up creating more sectionalism, which is already a huge issue that we have in our school district, is trying to make it so then people are more unified, going in one direction rather than pitting towns against each other, because we have one common goal. We're trying to improve public education for every student who goes to the Governor Wentworth Regional School District, who chooses that's the best path for, themselves. I think the other thing to remember too is we shouldn't eliminate at-large members from communities. For example, as mentioned by a previous speaker, he talked about the Governor Wentworth Regional School District. Currently Wolfboro, despite having 3 at-large members on our Governor Wentworth Regional School District, we only have 2 seats, right? 2 residents of Wolfboro in seats, one in an at-large seat, one in a Wolfboro seat. If this was adopted, and if we couldn't get any recourse from the Board of Education, what ended up happening with our 3 at-large seats is essentially 2 of them would just go to Wolfboro and 1 of them would go to Ossipee, the 2 biggest towns. So the bill actually, in many ways, this amendment, I should say, would have the exact opposite effect in our community. It would end up giving Wolfboro a guaranteed disproportionate voice, and Ossipee too. So theoretically, if the 3 Wolfboro members and the 2 Ossipee members, the biggest towns, at any time decide to change anything, they would outrule the other 4 towns, which to me is concerning. I don't want that to happen in my school district, which is why this kind of issue is such a it's not a sensitive issue, but it's a complex issue. There's a lot of working parts. When you have 40 different cooperative school boards, it's kind of tough to create a one-size-fits-all solution that's going to actually address the culture and the needs of every cooperative school district. I think that's it for all my notes, but I would be more
Well,
than happy
thank
to
you very
take any
much. Are there
questions.
any questions for Representative Deshays? Yes, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Having been in that small town, living in the small town Brookfield, where there are only 800 people, or you say you were in my shoes and you had 800 people in your town. Do you think, and let's make believe they're all one party or the other, you know, they're very conservative town or a very liberal town in their views. Should they be able to have a say at a school board meeting that represents their town?
You mean the town of Brookfield? Should they
And
have
let's
a
make
say?
that one a town of Brookfield.
Yeah, they do. They have a.
But
They have a
do all people get to vote on that? Like the people who may be in a very liberal, all the other towns are liberal or conservative. Should they pick Brookfield's representative? Have a
The-
vote.
the way that we voted in our school district, that's what the voters wanted when they first started the school district in 1963.
Follow it, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
You think that's fair? I mean, if I was somebody that was very, let's say liberal or whatever word you want to use, should the other towns that are very conservative block me from ever saying anything? Because they're all one way of thought. Should I be able to speak something and give my opinion because I represented little tiny Brookfield?
Well, I actually, in many ways, I agree with the core tenets and philosophically with what you're saying. I just have an issue with the state being the main arbitrator of such and taking away that voice from the voters.
Thank you.
And I can understand the concern, though, that, you know, what would happen if you put in a petition warrant in a town like, you know, let's say a larger town like Wolfboro would outrule the other towns. That, I mean, that is a legitimate concern, but I think, again, in a democracy and when we elect and when we make decisions on petition warrants, it's on us. The burden's on us, people who feel maybe like the way that you and I feel, Representative Nelson, to go to the voters and to explain why this system's better for our school district. Now, I'm not entirely sure that system would be the best way for our school district to go forward. I wouldn't oppose, though, a petition warrant being put in. And, you know, I would have to really look at it and say, is this going to be what's best for our school district?
Thank you.
Representative Deshays, we know that there's a number of cooperatives out there, 30, 32 of them, that have not looked at their agreements in many, many years. Some dating back to 1963, 64, some even going further back. But the apportionment issue, do you agree that in this bill on the very bottom section there, 20 through 24 on page 2, is needed where every 10 years apportionment would be looked at based upon the census of the U.S. Census rather than just continuing as is based upon what happened back in 1960 when demographics were different. The economic power of these various communities has changed significantly, and that's another issue which is in the co-op districts is apportionment based upon ADM. Is it based upon total census? Is it based upon some combination of with the assessment values of in those particular communities? So do we need to have a good, healthy look at, and do you support this aspect, the bottom several lines there of this bill, where we'd have to apportion every 10 years based upon census results?
Yeah, and like I said, I think that makes perfect sense with the bill's ultimate and trying to make things proportional. And I think even, I certainly wouldn't be opposed. I think it's good language. I mean, I mentioned, that language would 100% be necessary for this bill to work. I think it'd be good just in general. I think districts should be looking at this more often. I think it makes more than enough sense that, a district being forced to look at this, to put it to the voters and to have the voters reaffirm it. And the voters don't, then obviously a board says, well, we have an issue if people aren't happy with our election system as it currently is. I think the only thing, though, is whether or not you would need to require it also for school districts that elect their members at large, because technically they're properly reapportioned, right? So, I mean, that could be something that you could go into and say that every district has to look at it, whether or not they have an at-large district. Even school boards, even SAUs operating with one at-large district would also need to reapportion, even though technically we're properly reapportioned. I mean, that's part of the benefit in a rural district where it's kind of tough to make sure everyone's vote is equal, is when it's one at-large district, I know my vote counts the same as anyone else's vote from any community, no matter the size, right? It's one vote, one vote. When I vote for school board, I vote for what's going to be best, not for Wolfboro, but what's going to be best for all 6 towns and for the entire school district, and what's going to serve, mostly I think about what's going to serve taxpayers best, in all 6 towns. So, I think sometimes it's kind of tough to always assume that every person casting a vote is casting it just because they have a specific interest for their town. But I definitely agree with you, though, Mr. Chairman. I think looking at this every at least 10 years and requesting school districts reapportion, and even more, having school districts update these kinds of agreements, right? Especially in the case, that we keep pointing out of Representative Moffitt's school district, where that doesn't seem fair at all to me that one town has more than 40% of the population, but only 18% of the voice on a school board, which I think that's kind of the biggest thing that this bill should address, or this amendment, is making sure that every single vote is equal to every single other one when casting a ballot in a cooperative school district. I think that matters a lot.
Thank you. Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Representative Deshays, for joining us this morning. Just to your prior comment with regards to the reapportionment language in Section 3 of the amendment, if that were to apply to the existing four methods listed in Roman 1, 2, 3, and 4 on page 1, that reapportionment part would apply to Roman 2 and Roman 3. Is that correct? Because those don't require at-large voting. And consistent with what you were saying, at large, if you're voting at large.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, but I think what the chairman was kind of alluding to is the fact that forcing school districts that do elect at large to kind of take a close look at it if it's really serving what's best for their cooperative and their voters,
Sure.
which I think that's more than a fair way to kind of look at it, and I think it's more than fair to for school boards to appeal to their voters again, especially considering, for example, I mentioned my school district hasn't updated its voting system since we established in 1963. I think it's more than.
I'm going to interject here for a second, because what Chairman Ladd was driving at is that current law says you may apportion. You may.
Yeah.
There's no oversight and requirement that every 10 years you shall apportion.
Mm-hmm.
And that's my concern, that there could be a larger district that's satisfied the way things are, but there's other districts which are growing, and there's a disregard for taking on that topic of apportioning because somebody's going to lose votes.
Yeah.
So
So-
it's a complicated topic.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying, and I would agree with that.
And to follow up on that, Mr. Chair. So to Representative Nelson's concern, would another option out of existing law be viable to ensure that that maybe a small town that may be politically different than other member towns of the co-op has a vote, like, for instance, would Roman 3 under the current options possibly satisfy his concern?
Yeah, I mean, I think the way that the law was originally written, to my understanding, I believe this section of 195 is either from the 90s or it's from earlier in the early 70s, kind of right around the time when a lot of these cooperative school districts like mine were being created. But kind of the idea of what the four systems currently established was to give school districts, I mean, this is a lot of latitude. These four kinds of systems are, broadly, they're kind of the four main ways that most municipalities are kind of electing members across, New England and everything. So I think there's a whole bunch of flexibility in the current statute. But that's not to say that I don't hear the concerns that are brought up by folks and by, the people bringing forward this amendment. It's just to say who should be the ultimate arbitrator of making the choice between these three different styles of apportionment. I've always felt pretty strongly that it should be the voters who elected the members of the boards and the voters who are the ones who live in that district, who pay the taxes there, that it should be ultimately them. And, it's just one of those things where I know I may have upset some people and kicked a bee's nest and, kind of bringing this up and kind of even testifying here, but it's something I feel very strongly about. So
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Representative Tanner.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. When these cooperative school districts were first formed, and they were actually state-sponsored at that time to try to make school districts in, like, the Effingham be a little bit more efficient by combining towns together, that they were trying to keep the feeling of, and I think you talked about culture and community, the local culture and community that's inherent in our school system, whether it's a community or whether it's a cooperative district. And so in a community of a school district, whether it's a separate town, like if Wolfboro was its own town, wouldn't that town have sections of the town that would be conservative and sections of the town that might be liberal, and that joining together as the local education association or as the elected school board, don't they represent both those factions? And so the cooperative districts, aren't they just a larger reflection of that?
Well, I can speak to my board. I know my board has Republicans, Democrats, and undeclared voters on it. But when we ultimately look at, and I say Republicans, it is plural. I'm not the only Republican on that board. I know that for a fact. But when we look at these issues, I mean, I can't bring my partisanship into it. I have to look objectively at what's best for the school district. So I see what your question is it not true that whether it's one town or multiple towns, that there's interest, partisan interests that people have that reflect national issues or state issues that they project on some of the local school issues? I mean, that's true, and there are members of the board who also kind of bring up those concerns too. But I think ultimately, especially in our school district, we try to distance ourselves from that to try to make it so then these kinds of issues that we're talking about with public education are less partisan, and that every member of the board and a board as a whole can be more approachable, right? I mean, that's kind of our ultimate goal. But I think the biggest thing that you touched upon, though, that it's important is the cooperative school districts and how big of a benefit they are to big and small towns, right? Being able to pool resources. For example, I wouldn't be able to take AP classes and college classes if it wasn't for the cooperative school district, because we wouldn't have enough students to run those classes and to be able to take those tests and everything. So that's a huge benefit of why the Governor Wentworth Regional School District was, able to really set me up for success and to give choice, right? And a whole host of electives that I was able to take because we had more students and more resources. But even more, the point is that we're one community, and we don't want to be 6 different towns that just so happen to be pooling resources together, fighting over how those resources are used. We want to be one community working together to keep improving public education in that area, making it a viable option for every family.
Thank you. Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman Ledden. I'm not sure if this is for Representative DeShays or for you. Welcome, Representative DeShays.
Thank you.
I was going back to your comment, Representative Ladd, on the section 20, line 2, page 2, 21 through 24, and comparing it to what I heard Representative DeShays asking for. If I understand this correctly, and it may not be correct, though I'm asking, if I understand this correctly, when you get down to line 21 and 22, that says that it will be reapportioned. It will be reapportioned after every census. So that would eliminate the at-large option. Is that correct?
Depends upon if you're referencing back to statute as it is right now. As statute is right now, just prior to the added part you're looking at, the sentence above it says may, and that may is something which I would have to go back and look. It's very difficult to look at all these 30 co-ops and get a hold of them. Some of them, I don't even know if you can find the darn agreements.
Right.
But have they reapportioned? I can't venture, but I would say there's some that really haven't.
Right.
In fact, we got craziness out there in terms of membership in these co-ops. My district has two districts within it, but they're not school districts.
Right.
One is a precinct within the town and there's a lot of dynamics to why that occurred. This could be taken care of if every 10 years you had to look at this issue in regard to everything that preceded it on page 1 that's been wiped out or whatever, or whatever's going to be there. I think it's a good idea that we do have some overarching oversight that you will look at this co-ops every 10 years, because there's no guarantee that they're going to do it, especially if it's controlled by 1 or 2 districts within that co-op to have the votes. And the bottom line in all this is not always the well-being of the student, it's what's coming out of my pocketbook. and the economics and the assessed property values, et cetera. So I think we're looking at a huge topic here that's very complex. Probably the best bill we ever had here was to get rid of them all and start from scratch. And Representative Cordelli presented that earlier, and of course we nixed that. So
That, just a clarification.
go ahead.
Representative Ladd,
Yeah.
to you, a clarification, but with the striking of May, and the inclusion of the way 20 through 22 is written, it basically says it will reapportion. There's no more May, it's not an option. You will be reapportioned. And it doesn't have to be every 10 years, it'll be less frequently. But you will, at least every 10 years, reapportion. So if you reapportion, that means that would eliminate, if I understand it correctly, that would eliminate any at-large options.
Shall review. To apportion means, are we going to go ahead with change?
I get the review
Change may
part,
not
but
be
I'm looking on-
necessary.
Representative Ladd, on line 21, the fourth word from the end, it says, and reapportioned, if necessary, based upon the census.
Okay, that's, and of course, in
So
the
that means-
current law, if necessary is not there.
I know, but that's in the amendment we're talking about. So back to
Yeah.
my point, that means that'll be gone, right?
Well, I think we're getting into what we should be doing in
Okay.
executive session here.
Could I,
Thank
You know,
you.
we have somebody at the
But it's
table here.
different from what
Yeah.
Representative Deshay.
could I, do you mind if I answer your question?
Not me, I have to go through the chairman.
I think what we'll do is we'll address that
Yeah.
when we get to executive
I don't know
session.
if it's really, because you're asking boards, like I could imagine my board would review it, revise and update, but our review, revise and update with an at-large district might just be, well, we reviewed, we still have an at-large district and everything is properly apportioned. There's nothing to really revise and there's no update, you know? So, I mean, I guess it kind of depends on how you might construe it. I can see how you're looking at it, but how I think my board would look at it would be, we feel as if it works and we'd, resubmit it. I don't know if we'd
Okay.
have to put it to the voters, but I assume maybe, but I think that's fair.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Representative Shea? We do have one more pink card here to go through. Representative Litchfield?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I have a part A and a part B. It sounds like your board does work very well together. I'm just curious, how long have you been on the board? How many board meetings have you been to?
So I've been to now 2 board meetings. I previously served as a student member for an entire year. I've watched the meetings for about 3 years straight, whether it was on YouTube or in person. I formally, my girlfriend's mother was a chair of the board for 10 years. I've been with my girlfriend for 7. So,
I'm just gonna stop. So
well, I'm just saying I have a lot of
know.
familiarity with our
I'm gonna
board.
throw you a line.
Yeah.
I love you. My dad's a doctor. I can't deliver a baby, but he could.
Yeah.
Do you support the Electoral College?
Yeah.
Do you feel this is any different?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I don't think we're on the topic of this right now. We're on cooperative school boards. There's a lot of dynamics in the governance of our country.
Yeah.
We don't want to go there. So further questions of Representative Shea? Yeah, there's 2 questions here. Representative Leckison and Representative Tanner.
I guess my question is, and it kind of goes to your longevity on the school board, is that, I was in a cooperative, I taught in a cooperative district for 35 years. And they did have periodic times when they reviewed the contract, when they reviewed the apportionment. And I'm just wondering, it's kind of, what I'm hearing today is kind of, they don't do it. And, your short span on the school board, obviously you haven't had the opportunity to be through that, but I would be very curious to take a survey of all the cooperative school districts in the state and find out if in fact they did look at their reapportionment along with their cooperative agreement. And I think most boards probably do at certain times look at that as it arises in the community. But I think you, and just to make sure, you did say that there is a process right now for the cooperative school boards to petition, right? The state school board.
There's 3 processes to change a reapportionment. One is for the board to put it on a ballot, one is a petition warrant, and one is to go to the Board of Education, which I didn't even realize until this amendment came out that it was even part of the law that a school board could go to the Board of Education and ask for a change too.
Thanks. I think that's an important emphasis.
Okay, last question, Representative Lekis.
So it seems that you approve, and it sounds like a lot of the people here approve of setting up school district, school boards, cooperative school boards like a House of Representatives. And it looks like Merrimack has decided to set theirs up like a Senate.
Mhm.
And I'm wondering, do you have an objection to that? I mean, do you see that as a viable?
I have an objection if it was my district, but I really support every community making their own decision in that way because Merrimack Valley School District know what's best for the Merrimack Valley School District. The Governor Wentworth Regional School District knows what's best for it. The Exeter Cooperative knows what's best for the Exeter Cooperative. I think at the end of the day, the dynamics are so complex between these towns. These agreements are pre-existing, and it took a while to create these agreements, and it's ongoing, and they can change, or sometimes they don't change because it's better to stay static. But with these kinds of complex dynamics, it's hard for us in this room and for 400 legislators to understand the dynamics of every cooperative school district and what's going to bring about the best results for those cooperative school districts and how they elect their members.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, thank you for coming today, and we'll ask Barrett Christina from the School Boards Association to come forward. This is our last pink card. Yeah.
Good morning, Chairman Ladd. Good morning, members of the committee. Barrett Christina, School Boards Association. Pardon my voice. I'm on the back end of a cold, and I've had laryngitis the last couple of days. I'm going to try and be brief. I know we've been on this amendment for moving in close to an hour and a half, 2 hours now. I'm not going to spend a lot of time. We are opposed to the amendment. A lot of the reasons why have already been mentioned by Representative Deshays and Ms. Lovejoy before him. I think a couple of the things that I will want to highlight, though, some of the broader based policy concerns. Current law allows for 4 or 5 options for a community to select methods for a community to select their cooperative school board members. As I read this amendment, it's down to 1. We're limiting voter choice. We're limiting options for voters to decide how they want to elect their local officials on their local cooperative school board. The second aspect that I would like to make is that we have not heard that this is a problem statewide. We've heard from 1, maybe 2 individuals, in particular co-ops, who don't like the current method within their community. Nobody from Merrimack Valley has come to complain about it. Nobody from Conval has come to complain about it. Nobody from Governor Wentworth has come to complain about it. So I don't understand why we're spending this much time making this drastic of a change, limiting voter choice for something that may be a concern with a couple people here and there in one particular co-op. There are other methods within the law that can address some of the challenges that have been addressed. So my question would be, rather than going through a legislative process how many hours have we spent on this? Both the original bill, this bill, and the machinations that occur on the House floor. My question would be, rather than changing legislative process that impacts 32 school districts, how many kids across the state, was there a petitioned warrant article locally to change the method that's currently allowed in law? Did we go through that process first to see if that would have alleviated some of the concerns? So, we're going from 5 or 6 choice, 4 or 5 choices to, as I read it, 1. So I don't understand why this is such a concern for this body when we are not hearing these concerns statewide. The other aspect, page 2, again, the mechanics of how this is going to work when some school board members are going to have their seats eliminated, presumably. Page 2, lines 9 through 12 by July 21st, 2025. So I don't understand what happens to the person that gets elected to a 3-year seat in March of 2024. They have a 3-year seat and they're going to be on the board for 4 months, and then suddenly we're changing the process. And if we think that communities are going to be able to agree to whatever process comes out locally, I think we're being naive. The lawyers that represent school districts probably love page 2, line 9 through 13. The rest of us probably are not going to. Another sort of logistical challenge that I don't think is addressed in the bill. This is current language in law. I'm on the first page, sort of the introductory paragraph. The number, composition, method, selection, terms of cooperative school board shall be as provided in the bylaws or the articles of agreement of the cooperative school district. Okay, so we know that the method for which your school board members are elected are contained within the articles of agreement, as the case may be provided. However, such bylaws and articles of agreement shall be limited to the following, and it lists out the proposed amendment. Bylaws and articles of agreement within cooperative school districts can only be changed by a vote of the body, by a warrant article. So what happens then if this bill passes and then we go to annual meetings of March 23 or 24 to somehow implement a new provision with this and the voters reject it? They vote not to change the articles of agreement. We've got articles of agreement that are in conflict with current law. And I don't know how to rectify that, short of coming it back to the voters again, or perhaps the state board of steps in. And then we get back to the issue of whether or not we want unelected bureaucrats at the state level dictating how local elections are going to occur in our local communities. NHSBA does not think that's a prudent proposition. So with that, I think those are the primary concerns NHSBA has. Again, I do want to thank everybody that's worked on this. I understand it's an important issue for some people, and the report that Representative Abrami put together, presumably with perhaps some other people on this committee, if there's an extra copy of that floating around, I'd like to be able to have a copy, just so I could take a look at that. I knew, the time and effort to do that must have been significant. So we certainly appreciate that and respect, the work that's done on this to address the perceived concern. But NHSBA opposes the amendment, as we did with the original bill. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions of the School Boards Association? Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. Thank you, Barry, for taking my question. In terms of the review, it's been mentioned here multiple times. Does your association notify the cooperative school districts at large, saying don't forget to do this annually or biannually, whatever it is, to remind the people to do that?
Thank you for the question, Representative. No, I don't think I've had occasion to do that. I don't think I've ever been asked to do that. Only in the situations in which a cooperative school district is reviewing the totality of their articles of agreement, which is allowed under law. And, more times than not, that's sort of a precursor to one of the communities looking to potentially withdraw or at least study withdrawal.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd.
You're welcome. Representative Tanner.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I think it was the first year I was on the Education Committee. Jim Grenier was a representative from Goshen, Leominster area and served on the school board, and that was a massive disturbance of a cooperative district, and it seemed to me that there was some issue about the legality of a cooperative district and the buildings that they owned. That, for example, if there was a building in Leominster when they split up and it was part of the cooperative district, Goshen still had some sort of stake in that particular building. It was owned by the district, which was considered like a municipality in itself. Could you am I remembering that correctly?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Representative. Correct. Representative Jim Grenier from Leominster served on this committee for 8 years, maybe, Representative, if I recall correctly. And back in, I believe it was 2016 or 17, there was a study commission chaired by Representative Grenier to look at the withdrawal process. At the time, Representative Grenier, or at some point concurrently, Representative Grenier was also a school board member in the Goshen-Leominster Cooperative School District. They split. I forget who initiated it. I believe it was Leominster. I could be mistaken. One of the challenges with that particular withdrawal was that Leominster had the facility. Goshen does not. Goshen does not operate any schools. So there were questions as to there are always questions upon withdrawal over who has to pay for what, who retains what property. Usually if the building is within your town or community, you retain it. Um, excuse me. One of the other challenges, as I recall, with that cooperative school district withdrawal was they weren't quite sure if the co-op remained as an entity. So if you, let's say you have a 3-town co-op, if one town decides to withdraw, you still have a corporate entity of the 2 remaining towns, right? Because this was just 2 towns and they split, the question was, does the cooperative school district still carry on as a legal formal entity? Cooperative by its nature seems to imply more than one. So can you have a cooperative school district that is only one district? I forgot how that got resolved. To some degree, it was more academic than anything else. Related to that, and, Representative Chairman Ladd and I have had some conversations about NHSBA's recommendation, again, is that we have a 2-year-long study commission to study the totality of RSA 195. We need lawyers in. We need people from the DRA to talk about proportionment. We may need somebody relative from like the Attorney General's office or the Secretary of State to talk about sort of the one man, one vote and the proportionality of things of that nature. The sort of patchwork approach does not work to a system that is getting where their frustration is increasing across the state in certain segments of the community. Trying to cram everything in and fix this with this committee, respectfully, you've got a lot of other work, is a challenge in and of itself. I hope that answered your question, Representative.
So just to be clear, you would recommend that we have, instead of little bills or bills like this, maybe not little, but bills like this, that we actually have a study committee that
My recommendation would be a 2-year study commission because this cannot be done in a single year. It's way too complex. We bring in the lawyers that know the historical aspects and have worked with cooperative school districts for 30 or 40 years that know apportionment. We bring in, again, DRA to talk about that. We bring in some cooperative school board members. We bring in some superintendents, members of this committee, and we look at wholesale changes to RSA 195.
Thank you, because we do have 2 other bills that we as an education committee have put into interim study about cooperative districts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, when Jim did take over that subcommittee that I asked him to do, we did get a report, but it did not resolve all the issues. In fact, I'm in a co-op with just 1 town in the co-op.
Right.
And everybody's elected at large. It's just, it's a mess. But I do have one question for you here. Pardon me? Well, Jim did a good job because he was dealing with the districts with 1 or 2, and there was some resolution.
Yeah.
But not going there with it. In regard to this last portion on this bill, is there a need that we have something in law which says reapportionment of members of the cooperative school board? You could say in relation to the pre-existing district shall be reviewed, revised, and updated, et cetera, et cetera. That's not occurring in all these districts right now. I know that's not happening.
Correct.
And it does need to occur. And would doing this in conjunction with that 10-year federal census give us the data points in order to accomplish this?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairman Ladd. NHSBA doesn't have any specific objection to that provision. That is certainly probably a best practice that they should be looking at their population numbers every 10 years. The one aspect that we need to be mindful of, and to some degree, I think Representative DeShays brought this up, reapportionment of members of the cooperative school board shall be reviewed and revised. The updated, does updated imply that there has to be a change made? Because what if they review it at the 10 years and say, we think we're okay, or we're in accordance with the numbers currently? So, but looking at the numbers every 10 years and somehow tying that back in, yeah, I think that's reasonable.
Yeah, not and, but maybe an or something,
something like that.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Further questions? Thank you very much,
Thank you
Barrett.
very much.
Not seeing any more pink cards. We are done this particular hearing. And I don't have my gavel, but we're done. what we're going to do now is that we're going to take a short break for folks to, visit the facilities down the hallway, but also we're going to have a short caucus as well. We have 6 bills which we're going to have to exec later this morning, and we're running out of morning. So how much time, Representative Myler, would you need for a caucus? You're good. Okay. Okay, we're going to need about 20 minutes. Yeah. So we'll come back at 20 minutes after 11. Thank you very much. Okay, ready to start here? We're in executive session now, and the first bill we are going to take up is SB 353. So turn to 353. Relative to the Education Professional Standards Board. And I'm going to hand the gavel over to Representative Cordelli, so a motion can be made.
Thank you, Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I call on Chairman Ladd for a motion.
I move ought to pass on 353 relative to the Education Professional Standards Board.
Second, anyone? Representative Bohm. Thank you.
Okay.
Discussion.
I'd like to propose amendment to the 353. That amendment is 1755H.
I'll second that.
Discussion on the amendment.
Yes, a very brief discussion here. This changes the membership of the Professional Standards Board to include those that you see there, including at least 2 classroom teachers who reside in New Hampshire, at least 2 education specialists who reside in New Hampshire, and at least 2 instructional specialists who reside in New Hampshire. That's in Part B. This, remember, came to us when we had the department come before us requesting the initial changes on 353. And the second portion of the changes are 9 members employed by a New Hampshire community college, state university, community college system of New Hampshire, or the university system of New Hampshire, including at least 3 full-time teaching faculty and 3 higher education administrators.
Representative Luno, anything further?
No, I think that covers it very well. Thank you.
Any further discussion from the committee? Seeing none, maybe we could do a hand vote. Oh, okay. Hand vote, Madam Clerk?
Yeah.
Yes, please, a hand. Oh. Are you voting?
Yeah.
Okay.
All those in favor of the amendment?
1755.
Yeah.
Thank you. 19-0.
Okay, I'll take it from here.
Yeah.
So we have 353 on the floor, and further discussion. I recognize Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. I would like to move ought to pass on amendment 1675H.
Is there a second? Representative Bohm seconds the amendment on 350, amendment 1675 discussion. Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. I think we had a rather long discussion just a little while ago on it, but I think it is important to proceed to make some progress with cooperative school districts. It does not affect funding, which has been a large issue that I think will take further work, but it does, I think, address membership and inequities there. And, you know, we've heard testimony from the School Boards Association that there's frustrations increasing around the state. So I think that this will help in that regard. Thank you.
Further discussion, Representative Lekes.
I just sent down an amendment to the amendment, which just adds a second, after the A, a new B that says by a vote of the people in the district to confirm the agreement they already have, and then the B changed to C. And so if we could wait to vote on this until the end of the other bills, that would give us a chance to get that back.
Could you read your language one more time for me, please? For the B.
I'll have to find the exact language. Hang on, let me go to my my sent. I said the new B, which says confirm, a new B says confirmed by a vote of the voters in the co-op district to confirm, sorry, confirm the current agreement.
One more time, please.
Yeah, well, hopefully they will catch the fact that I put in two confirms. Confirm by a vote of the voters in the co-op district to confirm the current agreement. There should have been a comma in there and there wasn't, but
Okay. Is there any discussion? Yes, Representative Bohm. Use your mic, please.
Sorry, I thought I hit it, but it didn't take. With the non-germane amendment, the issue I see in some cooperative school districts where you may have a big school and a lot of smaller towns around it or school districts around it. And if everything is like in somewhere, everybody at large, all it would take is somebody just to campaign in the big school district. They wouldn't even have to campaign in their own. So I think you should you be voted on by the people that you want to represent in your school district, in the cooperative school district, and not everybody vote for you. A good example of that, for example, is what's bad is the New Hampshire Senate district we just came out where Litchfield is combined with 5 wards of Manchester. No way that's representative. So it's the same type of thing where the people in the small towns should have with who they want, not who the whole district wants. Thank you.
Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what about the towns that are going to lose votes? Because in Representative Abrami's example, I think it was the Merrimack Valley School District, there were a couple of towns that were actually going to lose votes. They currently have 2 school board members, and they're now going to have 1 school board member. I would like to know, how many school districts does this apply to? How many cooperative districts does this apply to? What the heck kind of response are we going to get from towns that are losing clout in this reapportionment? I feel like I'm quite surprised at the ought to pass motion, quite frankly, because I felt like we heard compelling testimony to study this. Not to impetuously act upon it, but to study it after listening to all of the concerns that I did not hear the School Boards Association say that this was a swell idea and that we ought to move forward. I heard them say that we needed to study it. So I'm very concerned about the towns that are going to lose their school board votes.
Could I respond?
Representative Cordelli.
Yes, I didn't indicate that they said it was a swell idea. I said that the quote was frustrations are increasing across the state with cooperative school.
Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, we just spent almost 2 hours talking about the complexity of this issue. And those of us that have been on this committee before understand the dilemma here. And rather, I like the impetuousness of Ms. Mullins, Representative Mullins' comments, because that's exactly what this is. We already have set up to study two other issues regarding co-op districts. This, to me, should be part of that. We're talking about eliminating 3 different options to 1 option. That doesn't seem to be prudent to me as we begin to look at this issue. We've only heard 1 issue around this as far as the need for this. We don't hear any compelling need for this at this point in time from around the state. So why would we be acting on it now? We need to have further input from those co-op districts, representatives from them, not just from one area. I really would encourage this committee to at least defeat the OTP on this and at least throw it into an interim study if that's what you want to do. But right now, it's very imprudent to do it at this point in time. Thank you.
Further discussion. Are we going from to one option or two options. I see an A and a B. The B is if you want to continue with your current situation, you may ask the state board for approval to do so. So is that likened to a second option that may incorporate those other options? That's a question out to the committee. Representative Lakis? Oh,
I was
No, that's
just
okay.
going to say my amendment gives the third option, which is confirm the current agreement by a vote of the voters in the co-op district.
Thank you. I believe when we were working on this, looking at providing for options, that was the intent of B, is to use the same process of going through the state board. That was the intent of B.
Representative Bowman?
Just to remind people, we already voted 19 to nothing on the similar bill that was tabled on the House floor. So I don't know why we have the disagreements now. Thank you.
Representative Woodcock and Representative Luno.
Thank you, Chairman Lash. I would go back to item B, and I have a different take on it than Representative Cordelli, where it is an option, where it says it may be approved by the State Board of Education. I have two thoughts. One, why should they have to apply if everything's working fine? But secondly, what happens to the State Board of Education that says no? We have seen times in other pieces of legislation where one person's philosophy overtakes a whole group. This concerns me that we have schools that have to go and ask, can we continue to do what we do well and happily? And the state board said, nope, we want you all to do this. So I don't see this as an option at all. When you give the provision, they may say no, as well as may say yes. Thank you.
Representative Luno?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think referring back to the bill that was introduced on this subject and subsequently tabled on the House floor, I don't think a 19-0 committee vote naturally reflects I think the substantial work and the substantial testimony we heard this morning. As I recall, and I don't have that bill in front of me, we only heard from Mr. Christina on that bill, and it may have been late in the day after a number of bills, and I don't think that we had the type of robust discussion and testimony and questioning that we had this morning. So I know that if I knew then what I know now, I would not have been one of the 19 people who voted for that bill, and I suspect others may feel that they're in that same ballpark too. But I think the testimony today representing, I think, certainly a broad group of people. I mean, former member Patty Lovejoy said she was representing herself, but in fact she is involved with election law. Representative Deshays serves on a school board, a co-op school board, used as one of the examples today, and then I think Barrett Christina, representing the School Boards Association, which many times do not take a position on these bills, but I think he took a very strong position for the School Boards Association on this one, largely because there's been no complaints filed with the School Boards Association based on any need to change this law, and at least in a quick review of the couple of dozen School Board Association resolutions that they have online, none are related to this issue. So I think for at least those reasons, this could be looked at as really sort of jumping the gun, and I think the unintended consequences of rushing through legislation, such as if in a co-op district, one of the towns has a population of 93 and they get one board member, and there's 6,000 population in the district, then you've got a board of 60 people or 65 people on that school board. If you want to comply with this law, there's too many of those sorts of unintended questions that I think could be answered if we instead moved forward with what Mr. Christina recommended, which is a two-year study commission, listening to lawyers, superintendents, school board members, members of the public, and others associated with hopefully helping to identify problems and find resolutions that are workable. Thank you.
Further discussion. We have some districts that have multiple districts within the co-op. And there is a limitation. You can have no more than 15 members on a cooperative school board. It's odd numbers, starting at 3 and working up through. If you have a very large district that's 3 times the size of the other 6 or 7, my question is, and I guess it's to you, Representative Cordelli, or how do we assure that the apportionment is based upon, you're going to have every district having 1, and then you're going to have a few left over, which in the past have been either at large or they haven't been assigned that way. How do you assure the larger town A, has the lion's share of people, they're going to get a proportionate number of members on the board based upon population?
I think that with the examples from Representative Abrami, he showed that in that the population would determine the apportionment, and a larger district, such as in one of my districts, Wolfboro, would have possibly 3 members, and goes down from there, 2 and 1 for the rest of the towns. Right now, instead, they have 3 at-large members, but predominantly they're from Wolfboro or Ossipee, the 2 larger towns, because everyone votes for them. So I don't think that that's proportional either.
So I'm looking at the Governor Wentworth School District right now, and there's 3 at large. If you're going to, and there's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 on it earlier, you could enlarge that by your articles of agreement to 15 if you wanted to. Has there been any thought given to that in terms of looking at this school district here, Governor Wentworth, that if you did that, would Wolfboro, I would assume, would get, several more folks on the board?
That's possible, but at least they would be elected from Wolfboro, as opposed to having Brookfield and Effingham representatives get elected by Wolfboro in effect also.
Yeah, Representative Lekes.
Yeah, I don't think it mandates at all that there are 65 board members, because it said apportionment shall provide flexibility to the cooperative school district in meeting requirements of 1 person, 1 vote doctrine. So you're saying everybody gets at least 1, but it doesn't say then from that 1 we have to be fully proportional. It says apportionment shall provide flexibility, which means then you use common sense. You can't have more than 15. How do we apportion the rest? So I think that was a straw man argument.
Further discussion, Representative Tanner.
Thank you. I have a few comments I'd like to make. One is, I worked in Kearsarge. It's a cooperative district. I've spoken about it many times, probably too many times, but they're against this kind of, jolt to their system. We had in our testimony back and forth, we had a lot of things that weren't answered because they were hypotheticals. And I think hypotheticals can easily equal unintended consequences. And I think there's many that are fraught in this bill. I think we need to have a study of how many cooperative districts are dissatisfied with what they have. You know, why have a bill for just one cooperative district that's having issues? And I think that, you know, we're in the throes of redistricting right now. And the people that worked on the redistricting committee, if you talk to them about reapportionment and the different parameters and data that they had to work with in order to come up with whatever they had. And even though they did that, they still have these, particularly in rural areas are where cooperative school districts are probably more prevalent. But in rural areas, even for the House, they came up with flotarials again. You know, and I'm part of a flotarial. I represent 8 towns. And some of those towns are pretty big, and some of those towns are pretty small. And everybody votes for me in those, you know, those 8 towns. So, and I guess the last thing is that the little plug about the commissioners, that's in the Senate now, and it's been stuffed into interim study. So that's not even an issue that we should have even been talking about here. So I guess the final word from me would be that I would vote for interim study. I would vote that this can go to a study committee, as it should, a commission like the school boards Barrett Christina suggested. I think that's the way to look at cooperative districts. I think to throw something like this in, a wrench in, particularly when I think my feeling is the majority of cooperative districts are moving along. They're supporting their children in the school district and in the various towns. They're forming their own culture and community. It's local control. And you know, for us to make a one size fits all here at the state level and put our foot right on local control again, I think it isn't necessary. So I'll be voting no on this.
Further discussion from the committee? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Representative Lane and I'm a sub, so I feel a little out of place maybe commenting, but I listened pretty hard to what was said, and I'm also a lawyer, and I think the gentleman from the New Hampshire School Board Association reminded everyone that there are a lot of legal issues here, and there are a lot, and I would particularly point to the language in lines 20 to 23 on page 2 of the amendment, because they're problematic and they require reapportionment for all the options, not just for option A, but for all the options. And if you have something that is not based, if you have at large, you are requiring reapportionment. And that's what the language says. And we're not amending it. I also am on the redistricting committee, and I echo what Representative Tanner said about the difficulties that you face when you're doing this. I'm also concerned that we're throwing out the one person, one vote theory. And I haven't heard anything that says we need to act on this now, that this is so important that it has to be done now. So why don't we take the time to study it and do it right? Because we can do it better. I think we heard issues. We're not saying that those issues aren't important. We're just saying one size does not fit all, and New Hampshire is known for local control, and I think we should be honest to that goal. Thank you.
Further discussion from the committee? What I'm going to do is I'm going to take about a 5-minute caucus here, about 5 minutes. Pardon me? I can't hear you, Linda.
Over lunch.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Well, no, we the other bills, but no, we have this. Well, we could pick this up later, but what time do you have to be out of your
Try and
bill?
do a couple of others.
Yeah. How about if we recess this one right now and we'll go on to several of the other, well, we can't get all the bills done anyways because the amendments aren't done yet. They're coming back. So let me pick a couple of these bills we might be able to zing right through. Let's look at SB 238, relative to special education services in charter public schools. 238. Okay, 238 is relative to special education services in charter public schools. Going to hand the gavel over to Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Call on Representative Ladd for a motion.
I'd like to move ought to pass on 238.
And is there a second? Representative Bohm, discussion? You have something further, I believe?
Yes, I'd like to offer amendment 1765H.
I'll second that.
Discussion on the amendment.
The amendment deals with and recognizes the need for an MOU, but I think that the amendment also captures the rationale and reasoning behind it. A charter public school and a school district of residence for one or more students of the charter public schools shall enter into a MOU to ensure compliance with state and federal law for providing special education services. That's in the bill, and it goes on and it keeps part B, the department shall develop, that's unchanged. But on C, prior to start of a school year, the charter public school and the school district shall review and update the MOU to ensure compliance with state and federal law and responsibilities to provide services in accordance with individualized education plans. It takes away the time frame of 2 weeks. It says prior to the school year, and I think it takes some of the specifics that we had there with the 2 week period of time and makes it more realistic what's going to actually happen. And so I like to support and see 238 amended as such with 1765H.
Representative Luno, comment?
Nothing further to add on that. Thank you.
Any discussion from the committee? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, maybe we can do a hand vote?
Sure. Hand vote on amendment 1765H, please. 19-0.
Is there a further motion, Representative Ladd?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to ought to pass as amended with 1765. This is talking about 238.
Representative Luno?
I'll second that motion.
I have no further discussion.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Okay, Representative Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is yes. Representative Bohm. Representative Lakis.
Yes.
Representative Moffett.
Yes.
Representative Hobson.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Sodi.
Yes.
Representative Nelson.
Yes.
Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Ellison.
Yes.
Representative Mullen.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
Yes. Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
Okay, so the auto pass is amended, passes 19-0.
Thank you.
Consent okay with everybody?
Good.
Great.
Next bill will be SB 421. SB 421 and relative dual and concurrent enrollment for career and technical education center students. Once again, I will hand the gavel over to Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. Call on Representative Ladd for a motion.
I'd like to move ought to pass on 421.
Is there a second? Representative Hobson?
Okay.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Who made that motion?
He's making-
Okay, okay.
Any Discussion on the amendment.
No, we haven't gotten there yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay,
Of further amendment.
okay. Yes, a discussion on 421. I'd like to move Amendment 1758H.
And I'll second that.
Thank you. Discussion on the amendment.
Yes, we had we heard in testimony on this bill, this is the bill that deals with concurrent dual enrollment, where through working with the community college system in New Hampshire, students can enroll while taking a course either at the premises of the college or at the resident school, and there's certain conditions which they must meet in order to do that. That's spelled out in the National Alliance for Concurrent Enrollment Partnerships, that they would receive $150 support from the state, which we appropriate each year, but they'd be now working directly with the community college system on. There was question whether this would be available to students in the private school. And then there was concerns about, is the student that's attending this private school from the state of New Hampshire, a resident of New Hampshire, or a resident of Florida attending that private school, i.e. it could be Holderness, it could be Kimball Union Academy, it could be any of those fine schools which we have in the state. And the concerns were raised that there needs to be an amendment for this so that the award of the $150 is for a student who resides in our state but may attend a non-public public high schools, and that the non-public school has looked for, and entered into a policy statement allowing this to occur. So the language in the amendment does all that, and the language has basically been submitted to us now by the Community College System of New Hampshire, school board of each school district, and governing body of each institution in the case of a non-residential, non-public school which opt to participate shall develop and adopt a policy permitting students residing in the district or in attendance at the non-public school who are in grades 10, 11, and 12. So this, I think, takes care of many of those issues which we were discussing earlier when we heard the bill.
Thank you. Representative Luno, anything?
Nothing further to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee, any discussion on the amendment? Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman Cordelli. Representative Ladd, this is just a question for my own edification. If a student in one of those academies that you just spoke of is allowed into this community college program, does that school pay the fee? And what is that fee?
I would have to, go to Shannon on that because, or Beth, they're both here from the community college system. And, if you want the technical response from them.
If you would allow that, please.
Sure. Ms. Reed?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, Representative Woodcock, in that instance, the program that's established to fund these courses would pay for that. This amendment limits the students who are eligible, however, to New Hampshire students who are in either our public schools or in the non-public, non-residential schools. So the state program that appropriates the funding to basically pay the students' tuition would pay for those courses.
No.
Does that answer your question?
I think. So,
Follow up?
Yeah, thank you. So in Representative Ladd's example of a youngster from Florida who attends the resident non-public school, would they be allowed to attend this?
The amended language does not include that student. For two reasons. One, the student is not a New Hampshire resident, but two, this amendment on line, line 7, line 11, line 17 talks about non-public and non-residential. The intent was to capture those schools that are kind of normally part of New Hampshire's high school ecosystem, like the Trinity and the Bishop Brady and that sort of thing, but differentiate those from the schools that are really kind of separate unto themselves, like those boarding school environments that really haven't ever been part of this program. And we wouldn't imagine that there'd be much call for them to become part of the program.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Any further questions, comments? Thank you, Ms. Reed. Anything further from the committee? Seeing nothing. We'll do a hand vote for the amendment. 1758. Looks to be unanimous. Uh, uh, Representative Ladd, do you have a further motion?
Yes, I'd like to move SB 420 or 421 ought to pass as amended with 1758H.
Any second to that? Representative Luno?
Second that.
Thank you. Discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, whenever you're ready.
Okay, this is Senate Bill 421 with amended, as amended, ought to pass 1758H. Representative Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Litchfield? Yes. Representative Bohm?
Yes.
Representative Lakis?
Yes.
Representative Moffett?
Yes.
Representative Hobson?
Yes.
Representative Ford?
Yes.
Representative Sodi?
Yes.
Representative Nelson? Representative Myler?
Yes?
Representative Luno?
Yes.
Representative Sullivan?
Yes.
Representative Tanner?
Yes.
Representative Ellison?
Yes.
Representative Mullen?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock?
Yes.
Representative Lane?
Yes.
Representative Hall?
Yes.
Chairman Ladd?
Yes.
Okay, it carries 19-0.
Consent okay with everybody? Great. Back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, where are we at here? We're jumping around here. No, I hear you over there. No. Yeah, I think we're going to have to take a break right here. So we'll take a break here and you can take your lunch too, and we'll try to get back here by quarter of. Yeah, is a half hour too short? Use the elevator. Okay, you're welcome. Thank you. So we're now back to 353 as previously amended. And I'll give you the gavel.
Thank you for the gavel, and in return, I'll ask you for a motion.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to move 353, Senate Bill 353 with the amendment that I'm looking for it.
I think it's
1755H.
Yep.
Ought to pass as amended.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Any further discussion from the committee on the ought to pass as amended motion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Okay, Representative Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is yes. Representative Bohm. Representative Lakis.
Yes.
Representative Moffett.
Yes.
Representative Hobson. Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Sodi.
Yes.
Representative Nelson. Oh, she's gone. Just kidding. Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Ellison. Representative Mullen.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
So the auto pass is amended, passes 18-0.
Okay.
Consent, I guess, is okay with everybody? Great.
That goes this way, that way. Next bill, we have Senate Bill 234, requiring student identification cards to include the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. And I'd like to invite Mr. and Mrs. Dickey up to the table in front of us. Thank you. We have an amendment here, which I think we're all very, very proud of, and we haven't introduced it yet. But we wanted you to be a part of this in remembrance of your son. And Jason can, I hope he could hear me right now by saying that this act that we're going to pass today and this amendment will certainly support and assist so many students, K through 12 and throughout high school and the post-secondary careers. And I want to thank you very much for coming today and sitting through all the stuff the mess we went through this morning early. But you're both so appreciated, and we thank you. So we have an amendment in front of us, and this is not an amendment. This is a kind of an unusual amendment the way we're doing it. It's not sponsored by any specific legislator. It's sponsored by the entire committee. So with that, I'd like to move Senate Bill 234 ought to pass. Is there a second, Representative Myler?
Yeah.
Pardon me?
Yes.
Thank you. So I'd like to offer now Amendment 1801H for its amending to Senate Bill 234. This act shall be known as the Jason Dickey Suicide Prevention Act. That's my motion. And Representative Myler seconds that. I guess there's, I can read this so that it's very succinct and in short, but very much to the topic. And then when I did some research on this over the last several days, I went to the National Suicide Prevention as listed on, and I understand they have a new telephone number too, 988. That's fantastic. And also I went and also looked at some of these cards which are being used already elsewhere in the nation at some of those states, which is also something that hopefully our state will be on top of very shortly here. But the act reads, short title, this act shall be known as the Jason Dickey Suicide Prevention Act. And what we've amended the bill by saying the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline shall be labeled on student identification cards and include the telephone number National Suicide Prevention Lifeline 1-800-273-8255 or 988. Further discussion from the committee? This is unusual too. Further discussion from you all?
We'd just like to say thank you to all of you for considering this, and we're humbled and honored. And if Jason could hear it, he would absolutely feel the same way, I'm sure. He was very politically oriented, and he would be so humbled by something like this. And speaking on behalf of our family, we are as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're proud of you as well. Representative Mullen, did you have your hand up? Not seeing any further discussion. Madam Clerk, would you call? No, that's to be a show of hands on the amendment. All those in favor of 234 as amended, or the amendment 1801H? Thank you. That's unanimous. Now the bill itself, Senate Bill 234, an act which is now going to be called the Jason Dickey Suicide Prevention Act, amendment ought to pass as amended with 1801H. Ought to pass as amendment, with amendment. Any further discussion? Yes, Representative Myler. Okay, thank you. Any further discussion from any committee members? Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
I'm shaking. I think I'm going to have trouble calling it without crying. Thank you. Representative Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is yes. Representative Bohm.
Yes.
Representative Lakis.
Yes.
Representative Moffett.
Yes.
Representative Hobson.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Sodi.
Yes.
Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Ellison.
Yes.
Representative Mullen.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock. Representative Lane.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
And Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
So this motion carries 18-0.
Consent from, okay? Great, we will, no, not on consent. No, we're going to have this done by the entire hall. So we won't put it on consent.
Rick,
Yes.
question. Can you place this on consent, I mean, a special order, so that we can deal with this when it comes out early in the session?
Yes, we can special order right to the top,
Yeah,
and
right.
that we will do with the speaker.
Great.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that suggestion. It's been very few times that I've had correspondence from governors saying we support a bill such as this. I had it from John Lynch. I've had it from Maggie Hassan. And now I have a letter here from from Chris Sununu. And so this is very important for the state of New Hampshire. And once again, thank you for coming. And I know this will be a great asset to so many families throughout the state. So thanks again.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, let's see, 238, 234, 421, 353 is done. 410 and 352 are left. So let's do SB 410. Tennis Act relative to the public comment periods of school district meetings and meetings of the State Board of Education. I look to Representative Moffett for a motion.
Sure, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move OTP subject to amendment.
Okay, we need a.
I'll second.
Representative Litchfield seconds that. Representative Moffett, do you care to discuss your motion of ought to pass?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that there's an amendment that is in play as well. I'll speak to the my motion on the original bill is simply to say that during the hearing, we heard a lot from numerous people who are concerned about voices being heard. And this measure would address that somewhat and require periods for public comment.
Representative Litchfield, do you have any comments?
I agree 100%.
Okay, do we have an amendment on this bill?
Yes.
Representative Cordell, you're recognized.
Thank you. I would like to offer Amendment 1320H to Senate Bill 410.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Who said that? Representative Litchfield beat you to it. So Representative Litchfield seconds that. Representative Cordelli, care to speak to your motion?
Thank you. The main goal of this amendment is to make sure that people can be heard on agenda items as well as non-agenda items. I think too often comment periods are provided by the board at the end of the school board meeting so that parents don't have the ability to comment on discussions and actions that might be taking place during the meeting by the school board. So the amendment says that comment periods shall be provided for public input for the agenda items before board action is taken, and shall also be provided for non-agenda items. We had discussion about, I think, the 30-minute provision in the bill as it came over from the Senate. So I added that public comment should be no less than 30 minutes unless comments are completed earlier than that. So you don't have to, wait 30 minutes, if only one person or no people are speaking during that period. So I hope that addresses that situation.
Further discussion from the second?
No, thank you.
Open to the committee. Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This kind of falls into the line when we talk about, do we need to legislate local issues? There's no question in my mind of the need to have public comment, the need to have input from parents and from citizens dealing with issues facing school boards. But this is a local issue. This is clearly in the design of the prerogative of local school districts and school boards to create the policies and the process for that input to take place. I don't believe that we need to, at the state level, to begin mandating what needs to be done at a school board meeting. This is their responsibility. If people are upset with how it happens, they can vote them out of office with their vote. And so I don't think it's appropriate for us to be making this kind of a mandate from a legislative standpoint. Thank you.
Further discussion. Representative Lekes.
Clearly, leaving it up to the school boards has not worked. We have seen lots of issues where school boards did not have public comment or restricted people to just the agenda items and would not put on the agenda things that townspeople were concerned about. And consequently, parents have become very upset and very distrustful of school boards. And that is not a situation we want to have. What would be much better is just say, give a public comment period. Everybody has their say. And then I think members of the district will be much less likely to get upset. And some of the things we've heard about shouting and various other things going on, if they're just heard.
Further discussion. Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. Just to clarify, or at least think about what Representative Leakes just said. This amendment doesn't allow public comment verbatim. It allows public comment for items that are already on. You were talking what the amendment says. Lines 13, 14, and 15 it's for action that's already on the agenda. Doesn't talk, but that wasn't my point. This is for Representative Cordelia. He did the motion of the agenda amendment. My question is, if I want to make sure I'm reading this correctly or perhaps incorrectly, it identifies public comment period, the 30 minutes, or I think you said less, Glenn, so if it doesn't finish. But then it says, provided for agenda items before board action is taken, A, and then again, before non-agenda items. So does that mean that since there's 7 or 8 items on a school board agenda, right? So as I read that, if I want to play the flip side, that means before each item is voted, I have a public comment period. Because this says before board action is taken up on agenda items. So it seems to me that that could be read that may not be your intent, but it seems to me it could be read to say, well, this says items before board action is taken. So the board individually votes on each action, and so we stop, the board does dialogue, then you have public comment, then action, then something comes up, board, public comments, then action. Can that be read this way, or am I reading it wrong?
How about
I'm talking to Representative Cordelli.
Cordelli, yes.
Thank you. I do not believe that is the case. I think that a public comment period at the beginning or somewhere before agenda items are discussed would satisfy this provision. If the board wanted to have public comment before an agenda item, I would think that would certainly be within their purview. For instance, if you were talking about several things, approving minutes, so forth, and then had a discussion period on new bus routes or something, okay, I think it would be totally appropriate and in line with this amendment to have a comment period specifically for that agenda item. But I don't believe that it should be read that public comment before each agenda item is required.
May I follow up, Mr. Chair?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. So I understand Glenn, I understand the intent of what you're saying. I think the intent is accurate. I'm just still reading it as that it seems to me this may be required. So we do the bus route thing, but now the next thing is on athletic participation. The third thing's on the new price of the lunches. So after each thing, are you saying that we're going to start the board meeting after we get to the minutes? If you have public comment on any of this stuff, then make it now. But I read that to say as provided before each board action. So there should be dialogue before the transportation. There should be dialogue before the athletic participation. There should be dialogue before the meal price increase. That's just how I read it.
Representative Cordell, do you want to respond?
Yeah. It says public input for agenda items. It does not say public input for each agenda item.
The same thing happens, Mayor?
Yeah,
Okay.
follow up and
Thank
then
you.
Representative
Okay.
Leckes.
I apologize. Thank you for interrupting. The same thing says it shall be for the non-agenda items. So it just seems to me that that's each individual item as a line. I understand your intent is valid. I just think this could make a real massacre of a school board meeting.
Representative Leckes.
I agree with Representative Cordelli. If he wanted it to be what you say, it would say for each agenda item before board action is taken. Instead, it says agenda items, so we can talk about all of the agenda items before, and you could think of it as any board action is taken. So it's not on a particular item, it's any board action. So before any of the agenda items are acted on by the board, there can be public input, and that's basically what it says. And then and shall also be provided for non-agenda items. That's why it has multiple comment sections, because the school board could say, oh, we only had a couple comments on agenda items, so people want non-agenda items, you can do it now. Or if there's a lot of comment on agenda items, the non-agenda items don't need to be commented on before the agenda items, right? So at the end, that would be the second comment section at the end, and then any non-agenda items could be brought up then. So it's left flexible so that the school board can figure out, based on who shows up and what they want to talk about, what order, how they're going to do it. But I can't see that it could be, you would have to have written each agenda item for each board action to do what you're trying to say.
Representative Tanner?
Thank you. I have two things. One is that under what Representative Lake has just said, if we had 4 agenda items on the school board, let's say the bus schedule, the athletic eligibility, and the price of meals, under this, to have just one comment period, you would have to have each one of those items talked about, and then at the end of the board meeting, action taken. And the normal way procedure goes into school boards that I've been is that they discuss something like athletic eligibility, and then they vote on it. And so then action is taken. So if I'm reading this right, it says before action is taken. So if action is taken on the bus route, then there's got to be a comment section. And then if action's taken on the athletic eligibility, there has to be a comment section. And then if the price of lunch, they take action on that, then a comment period has to happen before they take action. So that's what and the other question I had was, it seems like the state school board is missing in this, amendment. And also, when we had discussion on this in the first place, there was some comment that we should include charter schools also, because not a lot, but there was some information about charter schools not having public comment, not being heard. So I'm just wanted to know why school boards were taken out of this, the state school board action, and also how I see this is written.
The English language is sometimes very difficult to read through, but on line 12, where it says public comment period shall be, would it be easier to really understand if it said a public comment period shall be provided for public input for agenda items? And so by taking and putting the word A in front and taking the S off, periods, and then on line 14, each public comment period, I know that my board has a comment at the beginning and at the end of the meeting. There's 2, but many only have the 1, either at front or the back. Would it be wise to take the each out? A public comment period shall be, and take the each, which connotates maybe that there's going to be each for each agenda item. Mm-hmm. So that I guess that would be my catch on this right here, which would clean it up, making those 3 changes. Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for taking my my comment/question. If you're going to do that on line 13, where it says provided for public input for agenda items before board action is taken, and shall also be provided for non-agenda items, that to me sounds like 2 periods of time. One would be the comment period for agenda items, and the and shall be provided, meaning a comment period for non-agenda items. So I just bring that to your attention because I think we're talking about two comment periods there.
Or just to include or something.
Public comment period.
Representative Lucas.
Yeah, but if nobody shows up for the agenda items and everybody came, and the people who came just came for non-agenda items, you don't want to, you want to let them go ahead and speak in that first time, right? So you don't want to be specifying what can be spoken in, the public ones, the agenda item ones get spoken before any agenda item actions are taken, and the other ones can be wherever it fits in. You don't want to be specifying they have to wait till the end when nobody shows up for the first one.
Representative Woodcock.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, in the bigger picture, I would have to, as we continue to look at this, playing with local school board agendas and how it's developed and who can speak when, I have to agree with Representative Myla. This is out of our bailiwick. Let local school boards set their own agenda, and if people don't like it, they won't elect them. If they want to speak, they won't elect them. That's why they're local school boards. That's the meat of it. We're trying to tell a local board what to put when and how long someone can speak, and if it's an agenda item or non-agenda item. I just think we're going way out of bounds on this one now.
Representative Bohm, and then Representative Moffett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a former member of a school board, we had comments before and after, and they're open. The thing is, we've seen over this past year, in some districts, school boards have been deliberately not taking comments, deliberately going about getting people arrested, deliberately only doing their comments at the end, and at midnight you can make your comments. And that's what school boards have been doing. So the answer to what was said, yes, school boards can do what they want now, and unfortunately they're overstepping their bounds. They're not listening to the people and waiting for a year for a next election, or in some cases maybe 2 or 3 years. That's not good enough. We need school boards to start doing their jobs like when I was on the school board, and stop being elitists and saying what we think is what's best for everybody. We need the public comments be given. Thank you.
Further discussion? Yes.
I'm going to put my lawyer hat on. If you're going to amend it in line 13, to me the problematic language is before board action is taken. That implies, I think, what Representative Woodcock was alluding to and spoke on. So if you're going to change it to a public comment period, you still have the issue of before board action is taken. If you've got 5 items that have to have action on them, the way I would read that is that you need to have that public comment period before the action is taken on that agenda item. And I know that's not the intent, but that's how it's written.
So the way most are doing it right now, there is a public comment period at the very beginning of the meeting. So that would be prior to taking action on any particular item on that docket.
Follow up?
Yes.
Then I would suggest that you say before the meeting begins, or before the, I don't know if there's a formal term for this, but before the meeting begins. Or before the item agendas, before the meeting agenda, is addressed. I don't know, but I've never been on a school board, so I've attended, but I've never been on a school board, so I would defer to the people who have been on a school board and know when do you start doing the agenda items, and how would you say that in place of those 4 or 5 words?
They're all listed. Well, they're all done differently. Many of them are following Robert's rules. And like new business, old business, etc. And underneath old business, you might have something following up that's come from previous. But then under new business, you would have a litany of those 1 through 6 or 7 items that are on the docket for that evening. Sometimes it's a whole lot more than that. So the board meeting starts when the gavel goes down, and do your roll call and all that, everybody's here and you're on with it, and you recognize guests if you have them, but then you get into the meat of things when you get to old business.
Maybe you could say before the agenda items are addressed. As simple as that. I don't know.
Well, there's a lot of things on the agenda that are non-action type things that, you know, you just might have an informational item on there which you're not taking action on. You're imparting to them, we're having open house on Christmas break as such and such, you know. Then you approve your minutes of the previous meeting, etc. I think the wording that is here, there's room for maybe a few tweaks to ensure that we're not talking multiple comment periods. Like I know when I was on other boards, like a zoning board or a planning board, you would have a hearing prior to taking action on a new zoning request, and you'd open that up to abutters, etc. So you would then have, you know, multiple comment periods within that whole agenda that evening or morning. So open up for comments. Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question to further muddy this up. In cities, when they're doing budget actions, annual school budget, the school board sits there and goes over different line items and votes budget often by line items. In cities, not in small towns, but in cities. So does that mean every time before they have a budget vote on a line item?
Well, I was on city council
Yeah.
for
Well,
9
it's just
years.
school budget, but same
And so, but city council is a larger
Yeah.
entity. We would have ordinances which would come up, and each ordinance would have its own hearing. And you'd have a first reading, a second reading, and then we often took action on the third reading.
But on the school board budget, there's hundreds of line items that they vote on.
Yeah. Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to draw attention to the fact that unlike Representative Bowen, my experience in the beautiful bedroom community of Bedford, New Hampshire, is that the public comment period this year, for most of the year, went for 3 hours before the meeting began. The meeting would begin at 7, and I kid you not, because I was either there or watching, that public comment section would go on and on and on, because if hundreds of people show up, then it's up to the board how they want to handle it. So I think that it's not true that all school boards are shutting people down, because that certainly is not happening in my community. I want to draw attention to removing the State Board of Education from the requirement of the 30-minute public comment. I would like to object to that, because I would like to see the State Board of Education be as open to public input and as welcoming to comments as we believe our school board should be. So I would object to removing that. I think they ought to have a 30-minute public comment period as well.
Representative Cordelli.
I think we heard from the chair of the state board quite well about the state board trying to provide for public comment, and very often have had very long public comment periods, as you described in Bedford as well.
Further, Representative Moffett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to quickly respond to Representative Woodcock and Representative Myler with regard to us looking down at involving ourselves with local school boards. And I certainly am a local control person. And I think most school boards are fine. I really do, to include Bedford's and Litchfield's. But here's the thing. Clearly, if you're at the hearing, there are some onerous situations with certain school boards where people are not being heard. And that is very troubling. And it's our role and our responsibility, in my view, to pay attention to that. It's similar to, like, for example, on the federal level, sometimes in the South, historically, there were local school boards or school districts or states or whatever who did not do what they should, the right thing. And the people had no recourse locally because the locals in the South, if I can say that, it's historic, needed a higher level of intervention and involvement to make the right thing happen. So on a more micro level, that's how I see this. There's a need for us to pay attention to people who are asking for help, to be heard, and I think that this does that.
Is your definition of south everything below the Massachusetts line?
Mason-Dixon, I hate to go there, but
No, don't go there, please.
Mr.
Representative
Chair,
Luno.
thanks. Are we going beyond the arguments or the debate on the differences between the amendment and 410 as it was amended in the Senate and came to us? Because I think, from what I'm hearing, a lot of the argument now applies both to the amendment and to the underlying bill. Is that correct?
Well, I heard Representative Mullen make reference to the State Board of Education, which is minus on the amendment.
Right.
And so I think she was speaking to the amendment, saying why, I can't support it because
Right, but
State board's not included.
I'm speaking about what, say, Representative Moffett was just saying, which I think applies both to the amendment and to the underlying bill.
I'll let Representative Moffett respond.
But I think we're speaking to the amendment right now, correct?
Yes, we are.
Right, and,
Yes.
and my comments were simply in response to some concerns that were getting involved with local control. My point was sometimes we need to, and that's speaking to their response to the amendment.
Is there further comment or discussion? Okay, we do have a amendment on the floor right now. It's Amendment 1320H. Is there any further discussion on that amendment? All right. Madam Clerk, would you please, and then I'd like to see a show of hands, or not a show of hands on this. Let's have a roll call on this, please.
This is on Amendment 1320H to Senate Bill 1410. Representative Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is yes. Representative Bohm? Representative Lakis?
Yes.
Representative Moffett? Representative Hobson?
Yes.
Representative Ford?
Yes.
Representative Sodi?
Yes.
Representative Myler?
No.
Representative Luno?
No.
Representative Sullivan?
No.
Representative Tanner?
No.
Representative Ellison?
No.
Representative Mullen?
No.
Representative Woodcock?
No.
Representative Lane?
No.
Representative Hall?
No.
And Chairman Cordelli.
Lad, you mean?
Lad, oh my God.
It's okay. Your father's the doctor.
I skipped lunch. I shouldn't have.
Yes, yes. So it's.
I was like, I was thinking, oh my God, he doesn't know his vote. What's up? Yeah, 9-9.
Okay, the motion's 9-9 and the motion fails. All right, now we're on the, that's the way it works. Now we're on the main bill itself now, which would be SB 410.
Rick?
Further discussion? Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to speak in support of 410. And for just a couple of reasons. First of all, that I think it does address the point that Representative Mullen was making with respect to the State Board of Education, and understand during the pandemic there was a lack of comment during state board meetings. I think we heard from the chair about some maybe technical reasons why they did that, but somehow school boards across the state worked through those technical issues and were able to take public comment. Secondly, my understanding is that the Senate this morning did recommend passage of House Bill 1195, which I think that was not in this committee originally. And now it reads like 410 as it came to us, and I believe that was a committee amendment from the House Education Committee. So So I'm gonna support 410 as it has come to us. I think on voice vote and 5-0 out of the Senate Education Committee.
Further discussion? Representative Lekis?
So I have a question for those who did not vote for the last amendment. It seems like part of the issue was the State Board of Education not being in here. My question, if we did a real quick amendment that just said that all we changed was the public comment period shall be for no less than on line 7 at the beginning, and that way the concern that the public session is at the end and people had comments they wanted to make about agenda items, and the agenda items are voted on, and then they consider their comment void or no point in making it. You guys have already made the thing. Would you vote for this if we just put the at the beginning in there so that it could be done before the agenda items were voted on?
Well, I'll speak up on the, I have a concern with any kind of a comment period that's designated by X number of minutes, no less than 30 minutes. I like the other amendment because it said, unless comments are completed earlier. So you might, if you're the state board and their meetings go clear to 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the afternoon at times, and if you have to spend 30 minutes opening it up and waiting for a public comment period, there's nobody there to come. You still are in public comment. And so it's going to be wasted time, downtime.
In that case, could we instead just add the whole section 2 new section that talks about the State Board of Education onto the amendment that we just voted on? And that way we would have that language cleared up as far as when, and then also put the State Board of Education in there. Would people support that? Just looking for options.
I don't know if we have time to do it right now. Even though there were some real simple fixes, I thought, to the Cordelli amendment, which would have clarified, that we're talking about a public comment period instead of public comment periods. So I don't know. I think we just got to act on it now. I don't think we have the time, whether we pass it or not.
Excuse me. Back to your original wording, I wonder if you just added the phrase "if requested" and leave it. If it wasn't requested, then they could terminate. It puts the responsibility on the person wanting to discuss it to request the opportunity.
One thing we got to be aware of and very cautious in doing is that when we make these quick fixes in our committee right here, 20 minutes later, if you're, when I was working with Dr. Ranzulli down in Yukon on Gift of Town and stuff, a lot of people don't really engage on the topic until 20 minutes after they get involved into the topic itself. And we oftentimes make the change right now and then live to pay the price later on when in fact somebody's trying to make it work. So if we don't have a real good response right now, I think the best thing is just don't mess with it and leave it be. Further comment? Yes.
To your point, Mr. Chair, about the time, the notion of people sitting around for 30 minutes, on line 10, it does say nothing in this section shall restrict school boards from establishing reasonable standards for public comment. So I think that's a little bit of an elastic clause that would, I just have to think that board chairs could, if there's nobody there, right? I think that I wouldn't worry too much about that.
The 30-minute deal. Representative Litchfield.
Thank-
And Representative
thank you.
Lekes.
I just wanted to address I agree with what you just said, and regarding the local control, just because I've sat on the board for so long, especially during what had been happening over the past 2 years, the boards actually were hungry to hear something come down from the state level. And whether it was masking or, remote or whatever, they were so frustrated saying they did not give us direction. And one thing that I've noticed over the years with public comment, I'm one that always had it at the beginning and at the end. And there were many times people in the office of superintendent that would sit with me because we would develop the agenda together, and they would say, but you don't even have to have it at all, right? And typically they would revert me back to the New Hampshire School Board Association. And that is where everybody goes with these boards, right? You pay your dues. That's where you go to see what you should or should not be doing, which is a lobbying organization. People don't necessarily go to the DOE. So I understand what you're saying about not getting in the weeds, but I think that sometimes we're not able to get out in front of people and educate them of the importance of this, or that they can go beyond what the New Hampshire School Board Association is recommending. I've heard that quite often. So I just wanted to share, for whatever reason this doesn't make it today, I just hope that moving forward you take that into consideration. Thank you.
Representative Lekes.
I'm still concerned about when it happens. That's all. I'd still like to see it in the beginning, because I know how upset numerous parents were at certain school board meetings because things were voted on before they got a chance to say anything about the things that were voted on. And, that can be very frustrating.
Does anybody know how this came out of the Senate? What kind of vote was on the Senate? Was it? Was it?
I do. I was just looking at it. It's a voice vote on the floor, and it was 5-0 out of committee.
5-0 and unanimous on the floor.
Correct.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Madam Clerk, call the roll.
This is a motion of ought to pass on Senate Bill 410. Representative Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is yes. Representative Bohm.
Yes.
Representative Lakes.
Yes.
Representative Moffett.
Yes.
Representative Hobson.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Sodi.
Yes.
Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Ellison.
Yes.
Representative Mullen.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Moffett, I think.
Representative Lane.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
And Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
So the ought to pass carries 18-0.
And consent, okay. Representative Moffett, I think you made that motion, right?
Roger that.
Committee report. Roger that. Okay, one left, 352. Okay, 352, relative to substitute teacher criminal history records checks. Okay, Representative Cordelli, is there a motion?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move ought to pass, and I have an amendment.
Representative Bohm, second. Representative Cordelli, you're recognized for discussion or a motion, either way.
Yes, I would like to, excuse me, offer amendment 1697H. And speak to my motion when.
Okay, second on that. Okay, go ahead with, speak to your motion.
Thank you.
Your amendment.
This amendment to 352, I think.
Does everybody have a copy of that?
refines and narrows the scope in terms of FERPA exceptions. That's in section D, lines 20 to 27. It narrows it to disclosure of information to a contractor, consultant, volunteer, or other party that is acting instead of internal services within the district, and requires notification to parents in those instances, which was the specific instance which led me to draft an amendment in the first place. It also addresses who the notification shall be provided to, and I think covers all parties. Attached, I think, or you should have the actual statute that I referred to in the amendment in relation to FERPA.
Could you please explain to me how last time we discussed this, there was some concern about a school district submitting information to the department. How's this amendment impact that process?
Thank you. It is only in the instance that notification will be required when it's disclosed to a contractor, consultant, volunteer, or other party to whom the agency has outsourced services or functions. So, and if you look at the attachment, it clearly does not cover any part of the Department of Education.
How's that impact the child that's been referred to Family Youth Services by a teacher that's governed by law that has to do this? Do they have to follow that up with a 10-day later communication to the parent?
No, the school district is not outsourcing services or functions to that, replacing the contractor or agency in that case is not acting instead of district personnel.
Are there, Representative Mullen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a question for Representative Cordelli. Could you give me some like real-time examples of when a school district might disclose information as they contracted with somebody?
In the situation I discussed earlier, they are contracting with a third party, and it's required as part of that contract that district personnel enter confidential student information into a database from that third party for additional actions. And specifically, they have identified that third party as performing a function for the district.
Yeah, I guess what I'm asking, Representative, is what would those functions be? What are they contracted to do?
They are contracted to look at behavioral issues, is my understanding, and when necessary, offer referral services. So that third party is reaching out to others if they feel necessary to offer referral services to agencies to address behavioral issues or mental health issues. If they do that, there is a requirement, in my understanding, in their contract that they have to have parental notification if they're referring a student for mental health follow-up. But there is no requirement for the parents to be notified in that confidential personal information is being released to that third party to begin with. And in the case of this specific instance, it includes name, address, and SACID.
I, I'm shaking my head because you and I have had a conversation about this, and I know you can't share the details with me per se, but I really want those details. I want to know what happened and who it was and where it was.
Could I follow up on that? It is my understanding that it's either 6 or 7 districts in the state have a contract under this federal grant to do this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is it a specific program? Is it something?
The federal grant program is called AWARE.
Okay, I'll be doing my homework. Thank you very much.
Further discussion? Yes, Representative Tanner, and then Representative Myler.
Thank you. Does this also apply to Prenda and Kai and some of the, as a third-party vendor that's may want specific addresses or phone numbers or whatever of students?
No.
Can you explain why not?
If a parent is enrolling their child in an education freedom account and a learning pod of any sorts, the parent is enrolling their child. It's not a district function. It's a parental function.
Thank you.
Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess one of the concerns I have, and there's no question in my mind that parents need to be informed, but there may be situations where they shouldn't be informed. And one of the queries I would have is, if this is particularly related to a child, a student, what are the rights of the student for confidentiality in their life as it relates to what's going on in school? And so the concern that I have with this is that if there's an issue for student confidentiality, whether it be for counseling, etc., how does this relate to the protection of them? Because it might be a conflict that they have with their parent that they're seeking resolution, and they don't want their parent to know the conflict that they've got that they're trying to resolve. And so that's the conflict I have with the language here. That it seems that it's fairly blatant that regardless of what the situation might be, that the parent would be informed regardless of whether or not it was specifically dealing with the student and some conflict the student may be having to try to resolve. So I'm in conflict now with the parental right to have knowledge of what's going on, as well as the confidentiality issue of the right of the student. Glenn, I'm not sure whether you can help me with that conflict that I'm having right now.
If I might, and I'm not sure if it is in these pages, but I believe it is in the contract, to my understanding, that if this third party does do the referral, it is required that there be, and I can't remember if it's written consent, if the child is under 18, for the referral, or if it's just parental notification. But I believe that might be in federal statute, or certainly in at least the requirements of this federal grant. I'm sorry I didn't bring it along, but I do have more information, and there is information on the DOE website about the AWARE program and the districts that are partaking in that program.
As a follow-up, do you understand, as the sponsor of this amendment, do you understand my concern as it relates to the student rights issue on this?
Right. But I think that in these cases, the third party, the contractor, if you will, is taking over a function that would have been provided by the district. So I think it's totally justified to let the parent know that information is being released to this third party agency about that. And I was shocked to find out that they were providing SACID numbers to this agency.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you. Representative Ladd, I will defer to Representative Sullivan. His hand was up first.
Oh, I didn't see it. Go ahead.
With respect, Representative Cordelli, you seem to be very focused on the AWARE program, and I know that's the genesis of this amendment. But I'm thinking that a lot of school districts outsource their psychological services. A lot of districts do not hire their own psychologist or psychiatrist, and they would outsource those services. And I guess I'm sharing Representative Myler's concern that these types of notifications could create some jeopardy if it is a psychiatrist or psychologist that is the outsourced service. Can you help with that?
I think that there are quite a few provisions of FERPA and pupil protection rights also, which address that. But I think that if a student is, I'm not sure what circumstances someone who is acting with the department, excuse me, the school district, if the school district is referring someone to a psychiatrist, let's say, or a social worker or anything, I think that there are requirements already in law for that, both federally and state, that revolve around parental notification. I think this is more limited in scope under FERPA and the exemptions under FERPA. Because these exemptions are exemptions from requiring parental consent. So I'm aware that this does not require parental consent to release this information to the third party, but I'm just saying that the parent should be notified that this is happening.
Representative Mullen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, a question for Representative Cordelli. Do you, I'm on the DOE website, and there is a treasure trove of information here. Is the department, I mean, obviously this looks like it's a department initiative. So is the department involved in this protection of student privacy?
Yes, I've been in contact with the department, and they've talked with lawyers, and they agree that it falls within the exemption under FERPA that we are discussing. But they are having discussions with the contractors to see if they can limit some of that information that is being shared with them. So they are actively involved, and those discussions are ongoing, is my understanding.
Representative Luno. And now,
Yeah.
Representative Bowman, you're next.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So in reference to the federal code, Part D 99.31, are does this amendment apply to, I guess, every condition in 9931 that that does not require prior consent in order to disclose the information?
Okay, I'm looking to follow where you are, 9931. In particular, I'm looking at B, the contractor consultant language that is included in the bill as well. Under B there, it further describes under, 1, 2, 3, et cetera, about that provision.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Representative Bone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The parents are responsible for their children. So they need to know what's going on with their children. In the case of if it goes to some kind of a psychologist or a medical, aren't there medical insurance for the parents probably going to have to pay? Unless it's DCYF or something like that, or abuse, then the parents need to know. There are other laws which say if the children are being abused, there are other laws that take care of that without the parents knowing. But the problem is the parents are responsible, so they need to know what is going on with their children. It is not the school's responsibility to take care of the children. The parents have. Thank you.
Representative Mullen.
Thank you. The Department of Education, it says in 2022, the New Hampshire Department of Education continues to lead this effort through the Office of Social Emotional Wellness. It's part of the MTSSB, the multi-tiered system of behavioral support, which you all will remember Senate Bill 135, which I think was 4 years ago, maybe even now, established the Bureau of Student Wellness and the multi-tiered support system. There are 4 goals listed here, and the 4th one is to substantially improve the engagement of school, families, and youth in decision-making, policy, and practice development and individual needs. So they actually, there's a whole strand in here about the focus on the family. I think that part of the Bureau of Student Wellness has been to engage the family in the decision-making project. And again, it's reaffirmed in 2022, so in collaboration with the Department of Health and Human Services. So this is something that is well known to the DOE. So if we have questions about whether or not there have been legal challenges or whatever, I would say that Governor Diana is in the back of the room, and I wouldn't mind hearing from her on this.
Let's hear from the Lieutenant Governor here first. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm not, I didn't mean to indicate that there were any legal challenges. I'm not sure how many people have been in contact with the Department of Education about this, but I am familiar with one particular counselor who I have had a great many discussions with, and I think we talked about it as well, who was very concerned about this information being having to provide this information to the third party without the parents knowing about it, and that what set in motion discussions with department and everything else. And unfortunately, there has not been a resolution to the satisfaction of this counselor, and she has since resigned from the school district.
Prior to getting the DOE up here, if they're willing to come, I have a question. When I was dealing with high school students, we had I went through a couple of, not many, where we had to write a functional behavioral assessment. And that's contracted out with an individual counselor or psychologist, or other medical folks that are capable of doing that. And then we follow it up with a behavior management plan within the school, and we have to identify whether the behavior was a manifest of the IEP handicapping condition. We oftentimes involve Health and Human Services in doing this. In doing this, and we had some situations where the parent really wasn't available, and they were just sad situations. So would we be beholding to this here where we had to do the 10-day notification and before we could get that the whole process started?
I don't think you, if you give me the liberty of answering that question, somebody is responsible for that child. There's no way that a functional behavioral analysis is taking place without permission, because that's part of the special ed process.
That's part of ID, yes,
Yeah.
yes.
So, so that's going to be covered under IDEA. So somebody, whether it's DCYF, a legal guardian, a parent, somebody has to give permission for that. And the Project Aware money is money that came through SAMHSA, which is drug and alcohol treatment programs. I'm sure that there are school districts that have been looking for assistance because they have parents who are deeply involved and kids who need help as a result of it. But I certainly believe in the protection of privacy, and I also believe, to Representative Boehm's point, that parents are key to kids' mental health. But I also know that we have, not an insignificant amount of families, not just children that people are working with without the knowledge of their mums and dads. I mean, families that are grateful for the help that's being given to them, families that are looking to schools as a purveyor of information on where to go to get help. So, that's what I did for a living. So my experience was very different. Representative Cordelli will tell you that I was horrified at the aspect of some counselor being forced into sharing private information against their professional judgment, but I don't know that we have, I don't know that the need is there. Again, this comes back to, where are the instances of issue? Why are we putting something into effect if it has not happened to any degree? I mean, there's always going to be a counselor that, has a questionable call, an administrator that does something that someone questions the call. That's going to happen. But unfortunately, I don't think the solution is to craft laws based on individual situations.
Do you still need to talk to the department?
I would like to know
Diana,
whether,
are you available? Thank you. Representative Mullen, do you have a question?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Attorney Fenton, for taking the hot seat again.
Representative Mullen, I wouldn't miss this opportunity.
Yes, I'm sorry that you have to dodge the speaker in order to talk to me, but so my question, are you aware of the bill and the amendment to this bill? The amendment to 352? Okay. So it looks like Representative Cordelli's concern is that student privacy is both at risk, and that somehow or another parents are unaware of the fact that either their kids are participating in this program, or from my reading, what I'm seeing is that it looks like it is a school-wide program, but funded through drug and alcohol monies, and perhaps targeted to students with significant behavioral and emotional challenges. The question is, do we need to, are you getting complaints or concerns, or is there a legal need to do what we're proposing here?
So for the record, my name's Diana Fenton. I'm with the Department of Education. I can't answer the last part of your question. Is there a legal need? What I can answer is the department aware of any lawsuits that we've received pertaining to this particular issue? None that I'm aware of. I'm not aware of any complaints as it relates to that particular program, the AWARE program as administered by the Office of Student Wellness. You know, presumably I would be made aware of such things, but I don't want to sit here and promise you that there has never been a complaint about it. But to the best of my knowledge, no, we have not gotten any of those complaints.
Further questions from the committee of the department? Thank you. Oh, you got one? Representative Tanner.
I can't let Diana go without a question. Do you feel that parents' right over the student privacy issue is, thank you, is sufficient at this point? Without it, that's covered under current law, that if there was a case similar to what Representative Cordelli is talking about, that there would be sufficient way to deal with that through legal issues governed by the FERPA laws?
I mean, I think that the FERPA laws are sufficient as written, but I think there's a reason that this amendment has been brought forward. So clearly there is an issue that is not being addressed, or else this amendment wouldn't be brought forward. The particulars of that obviously lie with Representative Cordelli, but I trust in the constituent that brought it to his attention that there was a need to address it. There will always inevitably be loopholes and inevitable holes in every law. They cannot account for every conceivable fact pattern that will arise.
Is there a process that if someone felt as though, rather than come to place something in statute, is there a process for a counselor that was in that situation to come to the DOE or make a complaint to some sort of federal agency about this rather than create another statute?
The state DOE receives many complaints on a whole host of topics. I would like to think that we're a fairly open state agency. I know we hear from an enormous number of people, and I know we've worked with our counterparts in Boston, the US DOE, and I know that they receive complaints on a variety of issues from people. In terms of this particular issue, I mean, I'm not sure. I don't know all the details and particulars of it, but I'm not aware of anyone who has tried to approach our office as it relates to this exact issue.
I guess what I meant was, is there if your privacy is being breached, or the privacy of your child is being breached, and you find out about it, there is legal recourse for that, isn't there?
There is legal recourse, and we have received concerns as it pertains to FERPA, not this exact fact pattern. But I can share with you that there was a school district just this past week that had a FERPA violation, and they reported it to the Department of Education. They believed it fell within their obligation under the Code of Conduct. They reported us. We worked with. They reported to us. We worked with that district to make sure that issue had been remedied. The district had already taken care of it, taken appropriate steps, and we felt that it had been rectified appropriately. So yes. Districts and individuals will report to us on FERPA type issues. Yes.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Cordelli.
Thank you for being here. Would it be correct that in terms of complaints, a parent would have to know that this was going on before they could call the department with a complaint?
It would be hard for them to report otherwise.
Thank you.
I would imagine.
Further questions? Once again, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Yes, Representative Hall.
Thank you for taking my question, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to respond to a comment that Representative Bohm, you made when you said it's not the school's responsibility to take care of the children. Truly, in 40 years in the classroom for me, I always thought it was my responsibility to take care of those children. And my own children going through the school system, when they were at school, I expected that the school would take care of my children. So I just wanted to respond to that. Thank you.
Further discussion? Not seeing any. So we have a motion on the floor as OTP on the amendment 1697H. Madam Clerk, would you? We can either show of hands or either way on this.
Okay, may I see a show of hands on Amendment 1697H, please? Six, nine, nine.
Okay, it's 9-9, or yeah, 9-9. All those which were opposed, you know, we didn't get you to put your hands up, but I assume it's the opposite way. You can't abstain. So we have 9-9, the amendment does not pass. So we're at the main motion right now, and that's 352, relative substitute teacher criminal history records checks. Check. We haven't had a whole lot of discussion on the bill itself.
Sue, you want to say anything on that? Yeah, just, it's your area.
In terms of moving it, or would you like?
Just discussion on it. Is there any? Well, this is just discussion right
Okay.
now.
Yeah. I mean, I think that the purpose of this bill is to streamline for substitute teachers the criminal background check process so that they don't have to repeat the background check repeatedly. I don't see a problem with it. I know that school districts are having a devil of a time getting substitute teachers. So I think that if a substitute teacher passes a criminal background check in one part of the SAU, then they ought to be able to work throughout.
Further discussion? Not seeing any. The motion was made by, I believe, Representative Cordelli and second by Representative Bohm. Not seeing any further discussion. Madam Clerk, get your hand up, Ralph? No. Okay, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Yes, we are voting on SB 352. Representative Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is yes. Oh, Representative Bohm?
Yes.
Representative Lakis?
Yes.
Representative Moffett?
Yes.
Representative Hobson? Representative Ford?
Yes.
Representative Sodi?
Yes.
Representative Myler?
Yes.
Representative Luno?
Yes.
Representative Sullivan?
Yes.
Representative Tanner?
Yes.
Representative Ellison?
Yes.
Representative Mullen?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock?
Yes.
Representative Lane?
Yes.
Representative Hall?
Yes.
And Chairman Glad.
Yes.
That motion passes 18-0.
Consent? Thank you. I think that takes us to the bottom of the agenda. Any comments in our comment period here? Okay. Well, we have done all the bills that have come before us. So that's 103 from the HB side, and from the Senate bill side, we had 13. So there's our total. 116 bills. Good job. So we are done. Yes, I know it. Thank you very much and have a great afternoon. What's left of it?
Hey, Rick.
Yeah.
Just a quick comment. I want to thank you for your committee leadership in getting us through 116 bills. And I know that's an extraordinary scheduling load. Mel and I went through it 2 years ago with about half that number of bills, and scheduling half that number of bills is a challenge. So,
Yeah, thank you very much. For a kid, when I was in grade school, in first grade, I couldn't tell a B from a P, and a little bit of that dyslexia. And when you're dealing with so many numbers and so many bills, it creeps up on you when you get tired.
yeah.
But I thank you, and I thank everybody here for hanging in there. We had some very, very long days. As you recall, 4 or 5 days a week. And so keep track of our Senate bills over there. The Senate always trying to do a number on us. So keep on top of it. There's another bill dealing with similar topics you're interested in, Representative Mullen. It's 416. Jess Edwards has it in his committee, and it's dealing with the area of these manifest education, and the costs of it and all that. So you might want to give it a check. But thank you very much to everybody else, and have a great afternoon.
Hey, and a quick plug that Shannon Reed wanted me to just bring out. I know it's getting late tonight, but NHTI is holding 2 exhibitions of student work. One tonight at Grapponi Hall from 4 to 7 p.m. and one on Thursday, the 28th from 5 to 7. The Thursday one is a college-wide exhibition. It was, I think, held for the first time prior to the pandemic. I attended it. It was very well attended, and it was just fantastic. And the last couple of years it has been on hiatus, and now it's back. So
Thursday's at Grapponi also?
At Grapponi, yep. So thank you.
Okay, great. Have a good one.